And you're listening to All Things Considered on 88.9 KETR in Commerce. It's 6:18. I'm Mark Haslett. At Lake Tawakoni today, divers searched the site where the car belonging to Carrie Mae Parker was found earlier this year. Parker went missing in 1991. A private search and recovery group, Oregon-based Adventures with Purpose, recovered the 1980 Buick Skylark belonging to Parker in February. Today, Hunt County Sheriff's Office staff secured a site along the FM 751 causeway in the Waco Bay section of Lake Tawakoni and helped Adventures with Purpose divers continue to search the site. Across northeast Texas, partial sunshine this evening. We have no rain in tonight's forecast. Currently outside the studios of KETR on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce, it's 72. Clear skies tonight, lows in the mid-40s. Checking the weekend forecast for the region, should be a beautiful October weekend in northeast Texas with sunny to mostly sunny skies. High temperatures in the low 70s both Saturday and Sunday. It's homecoming weekend on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce. You can find a complete schedule of homecoming activities at the university's website, tamuc.edu. Tonight at 9 o'clock, there will be a bonfire behind Whitley Hall. And then, of course, the centerpiece event, tomorrow's football game with the Lions hosting Western New Mexico University, 4 p.m. kickoff on Saturday. And if you're at the pregame tailgate festivities, please stop by. KETR will be there with a booth, and we hope to visit with you at tomorrow's Homecoming 2021 tailgate at A&M Commerce.
88.9 KETR. We'll have the full Commerce Tigers game with John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries. Stay tuned for scores and commentary throughout the night, all the way up until midnight. Now, here's Terry Bennett and Grant Goodwin with Sideline to Sideline right here on 88.9 KETR.
And just like that, it's week 8. Hello, everybody. Terry Bennett, Grant Goodwin here. Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show, right here on your station, 88.9 KETR, as we're here to talk week 8 football. And as always, we'll start 5-3A Division I, home of the Commerce Tigers, who unfortunately are mired in a 3-game losing streak. And maybe this week, you're on the road, but it is against Howe. If there's a chance for Commerce to pull off the win, I think it is this week. But watch out. Howe is not that as bad as they normally are. They took Emory Range to the mat last week.
Yeah, but, Emory's been struggling all year, too.
Yes.
That's, Howe getting staying within a touchdown of any team is nice, but it was Raines who's very, pretty down. So I think Commerce, be it they play a good game and stay out of their way, no mistakes, no penalties, just like we've been preaching, and just like everybody in Commerce has been preaching. If you can do that, you can come out of a win, out of Howe with a win, because I believe this is over in Howe tonight.
Yes, sir. Now, of course, last week we got to see a little bit of the 5-3A Division I action as you and I went to Mineola to watch Mount Vernon take on Mineola, and man, that was a big bag of nothing.
Yeah, it was.
Unfortunately,
well, we get there to find out that Mineola is everything back. Dawson Pendergrass isn't playing, so we knew that wasn't going to bode well for the Yellow Jackets. But then we saw how dominant Mount Vernon can be on both sides of the lines. So I don't know that it would have mattered if Pendergrass played or not. They might have eked out another score out of it, right? It was 49-7.
See, I don't know. I've been going back and forth on that because to me, it just looked like there was a whole bunch of our guys out effort on the other side.
Yeah.
It just didn't seem like Mineola was mentally in the game.
Sure, but they were beat into submission as well. I mean, they were just. I mean, yeah.
I can't say that. I just can't say that if
I can tell you 49-7 and how they lived in their backfield. And I know, there's probably some moping there, but still, just going off of what I saw, I mean, Mount Vernon's the class of this district so far.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, definitely. And I know Pottsboro's now 3-0 in district. We'll talk about that here in a minute. I guess my thing, going back on the Mineola game, is I have watched so much Mineola this year on YouTube and on film and stuff. I saw no effort Friday. I saw a team that their stud was out, the guy that has been like 85%. I'm not just over-exaggerating. I think that was the stat I read last week. 85% of their offense, they just had give up.
Yeah.
They never were in that game from the beginning. And so that's where I just go.
Didn't really buy into that next man up
penalty,
right?
Next man. Well, no, actually, it's funny you say that.
Because the next number 9.
He was the one guy was giving 100% effort, and he was getting teed off in the backfield.
I kind of felt sorry. I wanted to go give that kid a gift card.
There was a couple times that he got positive gains only because he got pinballed off 2 other defenders and he fell forward.
They just knocked him forward.
Out of man, we feel so sorry for you. But yeah, you're right though. As far as I do think that Mount Vernon might be the class of this district.
Well, that running back McGill for Mount Vernon, he's got some wheels, doesn't he?
And it's funny because the first couple times he ran, it seemed like he was kind of tiptoeing, and it was like, and it didn't look like it was tiptoeing for lack of effort. It was like he was trying to be too patient at times.
Yes.
You always say you want to have a patient running back. Sometimes you can be too patient, and it seemed like the coaches got onto that because then they started running some basic traps and
running
sweeps.
downhill.
Yeah, where you couldn't pick gaps, and boy. Yeah. When he was just given a train track to run on, he was hard to stop. Yeah. Mount Vernon this week goes into a game which I think it's a little bit more difficult than what it would have been at the beginning of the year, and that's the Bonham Purple Warriors, who've been surprising all year. You brought it back up a few weeks ago. You were like, they got beat by Leonard, but they scored 43 against Leonard. Yeah. There's something to that. Lo and behold, they end up beating Winsboro 51-49 in the big shocker of the district matchup.
Here's 2 things on this Mount Vernon Bonham game is we're going to see how good Mount Vernon's defense is, and if that Bonham offense is just because they're playing subpar defenses, right? Because Bonham's been putting up numbers all year, but they've been giving up a bevy of points as well. I mean, they gave up 49 in their 51-49 win this past week against Winsboro. So I think this is a great barometer game, right, for both teams. I really want to see if this Mount Vernon defense is as good as what we saw out there, and I think this will be a good test for it. And if Bonham is able to put up 4 touchdowns plus on this Mount Vernon defense, then I think Bonham just might be the real deal, at least offensively.
Well, and you kind of pointed out before we started recording, this whole district last year and this year, as great as it was and as great as Mount Vernon was going all the way to the state semifinals, at times this defense does not play defense well. I mean, this district does not play defense well.
No, they don't. They didn't. They played a little bit better last year, I think. This year, it's been wide open offensively. I mean, there have been a ton of points put up in this district.
All right, so let's go to the big cardinal in the room, Pottsboro. They're 3-0. They've rolled off 3 impressive wins. Are they back, or is it who they've played in beating Howe, not Al. Well, I guess you could say Al. Howe, Emory Reigns, and then, of course, Commerce last week. I think it's probably a little bit of both, but I'm not ready to say that they're back on a state level by any stretch.
I don't think Pottsboro's quite back on the state level where they were, but I think they are back putting their names in the hat to be one of the top 4 finishers in this district, right? Getting 3 wins in a row. They've got a really good chance this week against Mineola, because I doubt Pendergrass is going to be back.
Well, what was Pendergrass set out as more? I mean, I know he's injured and he's banged up, but I wonder.
He had that sling on.
Yeah, but I wonder if it was more of a coach's decision of, okay, who do we have a better chance of beating in the next 2 weeks? Mount Vernon or Pottsboro? I need to probably sit him.
But do you think he would have been in a sling? His arm in a sling? If he's going to, I mean.
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know.
Who knows?
He was warming up before the game, and you could tell he looked stiff. Like he had a big brace on it. And that's why I wonder if it was one of those, if that was an elimination leave, win and go on, or would he have played? And if they sat him for that reason, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I hate to tell folks, but you have to be smart as a coach. You and I have learned this from talking with coaches. Good coaches know who they'll beat and who they won't beat. And sometimes you have to make those decisions of, I'll sit him against Mount Vernon because that we have a better chance against the next opponent.
Yeah.
Looking at the rest of this.
How do you see this game going?
Man, I'm going to go with Pottsboro right now.
Are you?
The same thing. First off, Mineola's got to go on the road. Saginaw, let's just assume Pendergrass.
Well, that's not a short trip from Mineola to Pottsboro either.
No, and it's just there's no quick way to get there.
No,
it's an ugly way no matter what. And maybe even if Pendergrass is back, how 100% is he?
Yeah. Right.
This was a team that last week only when they beat Bonham only scored 31 points. I know only, but in today's world, 31 is not a big number, especially against, as you said, a Bonham team who even when they've won have given up point after point after point. So I do think there's something to the Pottsboro's back enough to beat Mineola. I do think also, though, that bottom half of this playoff or this district, that third and fourth place spot, especially that fourth place spot, is wide open now. Mm-hmm. And this is why we said this at the beginning of the year. If you're Commerce, you're kicking yourself because, man, if you played better, you're sitting right in the chance. And even now, even at 0-3, Commerce still has an outside chance because that fourth place spot is looking less and less like it's going to be one of the untouchables.
Yeah, and a big game that has a say in that's Winsboro and Reigns, right, tonight.
And that Winsboro team, which Winsboro is this? And this is kind of how they've been all year, or last couple years. They beat Hugh Springs, but again, Hugh Springs turned out had lost their, I think, running back, who was their big hoss. Every other big game Winsboro's been in, they've lost. They lost to Hooks, who was without their quarterback, but Hooks beat them. They lose to Mineola. They lose to Bonham. But then all of them are within one possession, so there's that point too. I don't think they have trouble with Reigns, but I think Winsboro needs to really beat Reigns. I think they need some confidence right now.
Oh, yeah. I think you're exactly right. And they need to walk out of Emory with at least a victory by at least 2 possessions, right?
Yeah, I would think so, if maybe not even 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. Emory's just not good this year. Of course, Randy Barnes moved over to Farmersville. And you're seeing what happens. Now they did get a good win against Howe last week, 43-38. But that was Emory Reigns' only their second win of the year, and the only other team they beat was Grand Saline.
Yeah.
So again, that's why we say Winsboro needs to win, and I think they need to win big. Let's go over to 6-4A Division II because I think the biggest shocker. Once we realized Pendergrass wasn't playing, that wasn't much of a shocker. But the biggest shocker around these areas last Friday was what Sunnyvale did to Caddo Mills as. That started off 6-4A Division II district play for both teams, and the Raiders dominate 47-7. I'll admit I didn't see that coming.
No, Sunnyvale's they've been struggling all year, and Caddo, outside their loss against a very good Aubrey team, has looked pretty solid this year. And then Sunnyvale, just snuck up on them.
I'm just wondering if maybe in that Aubrey game somebody got hurt for Caddo Mills or something, because, I mean, this just doesn't look like a team that 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago was playing a 4A team in Aubrey that's really, really good and who went to the region semifinals last year and could go back this year to a 13-point loss, and then Sunnyvale just boat racing them.
Yeah, they did. Now, Sunnyvale's got their work cut out for them tonight, as they'll have to travel over to play Community, right, in Nevada.
Did you ever think you would utter the words in football, Team A is going to have their work cut out for them tonight traveling to play on Nevada Community?
But boy, is this community program really pointed in the right direction, though.
Yeah, they are. And this is one of those where, you and I had talked about this before we recorded. Here we are looking at 6-4 Division II. Sunnyvale and Caddo Mills will both make the playoffs, but there's a really good chance both of them are in the second and third or third and fourth spot.
Yeah.
One of the reasons being the Braves, 4-2 on the year, more importantly, 1-0 in district. They throttled Wills Point last week, 41-7. I think an important win for them because they had lost to Grapevine a few weeks ago, 41-7.
Grapevine Faith?
Grapevine Faith, excuse me. Yeah, Grapevine would have been really crazy. Then they beat Crum 2 weeks ago, but it was a 10-point game, a high-scoring game. One of those that Crum's not really great this year, and it was one of those Braves you thought would have probably won by a couple touchdowns. So I think they needed to kind of cleanse the palate with that win against Wills Point last week. Now they host Sunnyvale. Do they pull off what I still think a lot of people think would be a mini upset? What do you think?
Do I think that Sunnyvale?
No, I think Sunnyvale's still favored in this game by almost 2 touchdowns.
I think Community will handle Sunnyvale.
See, I do too.
I think I hate to say I don't think it's going to be close, but I think Community might win this comfortably.
I think
I'll tell you this: Community's probably seen the tougher schedule, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, you look at they lose to Brock,
right?
And
it
they
wasn't
beat
close.
Pottsboro. Yeah, it wasn't close. They beat Pottsboro. They beat North Lamar, and then we talk about they lose to Grapevine Faith Christian. Sunnyvale on the year, they're 2-4. They lost to Gunner 43-7. No shame in losing to them. You'd like to have seen a bit more of a fight. They lose to Dallas Wilson 34-24. That is a 5A team, even though it's a bad one. It's a
Woodrow, is struggling the last 2 years, and they don't have numbers.
No, they don't.
I mean, when they're suited up, Woodrow Wilson and Sunnyvale look like the same class.
Exactly. Good point there. And then they lose to Malakoff, and then they lose to Carter.
How about they lose to Malakoff again?
41-7.
Okay. Now Malakoff, that's one heck of a defense. That's an SEC type, old school SEC type defense that Malakoff has. So, maybe the Brock Community and Sunnyvale Malakoff game kind of evens those two out right there. But I still think that Community's probably played a little bit tougher schedule.
I do want to point out that they lost to Dallas Carter 35-27. Carter's 5-1 on the year, and their only losses to Melissa 60-7, and that sounds really bad. Turns out Carter was not starting 7 of their offensive starters that week because of COVID and having to sit them out.
Uh-huh.
Carter's 5-1, so that loss to Carter by only 7 looks a little better for Sunnyvale, but I still just did not see the Caddo Mills coming. And I'm like you, as long as the Braves don't let the moment get bigger than the game, they're going to be okay. Now, I do worry, and I've seen this many times when you got these teams, and I know they made the playoffs last year and they got a big playoff win, but they still haven't been in these district races in forever. Will the moment get to them? If as long as they don't let that happen, I think they're going to be fine, and I think they'll take care of business and win. The other team that's 1-0 in district is Quinlan Ford. They took care of Farmersville 68-27.
Quinlan Ford undefeated so far this year.
Yes, sir, 6-0. Again, their big thing is they don't really have that feather win.
Who would you say? Whitney might be the toughest one? And Whitney's pretty solid. They're not great, but they'll make the playoffs. Could go too deep. So I think that was a signature win for Quinlan.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But, I mean, you'd like to have a little bit bigger one because, last year they beat Whitney. Oddly enough, they almost beat them by the exact same score. Last year it was 45-34. This year it was 47-33. But I either way, I don't think they'll have any problem with Wills Point. No. I think you're going to have Nevada Community come out 2-0, Quinlan Ford come out 2-0, and they'll be the two that'll be kind of fighting for first and second, and that's where I go with. I think Sunnyvale and Caddo Mills will be fighting for third and fourth. But, again, with Community and Quinlan Ford, I could see either one of them also losing to Caddo Mills or Sunnyvale just because the moment gets bigger than the game.
And see, just kind of looking forward, Week 11, the last game of the season, is when Quinlan travels to Nevada for that community game.
Whoever would have thought people would be excited for a Quinlan Ford Nevada community game?
Hey, I think that'll be worth the price of admission, though.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean,
Not to jump forward, but
and if these two teams keep winning, you got to start thinking these two teams might have a chance in an area of a region that's not the hardest to get out of.
Right.
I mean, we said this at the beginning of the year. We could see either one of these teams pulling a Caddo Mills and going 2-3 rounds deep, not only because they're better teams, but let's be honest, the first couple rounds on this side of this region are just not the strongest. All right, we still got a lot more to talk about. We've got Greenville. Of course, we've got 6-2A Division I play where everybody in the area reigns, including Wolf City, now 3-0 in district. We'll talk more about all that when we come back on Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show, right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click donate.
I'm Chris Boyd, host of Think. Each weekday, we strive to put the headlines in perspective by focusing on the ideas behind them. Whether we're talking about politics, race and identity, science, or history, questions of why and how are always at the heart of our conversations. Join me on Think as we explore our world and the ideas that drive it. Weekdays at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. on 88.9 KETR.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
88.9 KETR Commerce, your home for Notably Texan.
I want to remind everybody you can follow Grant and I on Twitter at Grant and Terry. Like us on Facebook, Sideline to Sideline, or email us, grantandterry@LoneStarGridiron.com. Also, we are back. That's Grant and I'm Terry. This is Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. Let's turn our attentions to 8-5A Division II, where Greenville took a big step back last week as they lose to Corsicana 20-14. And, man, that's a game you got to win.
yeah, they needed this game. They were in it for the most part, right?
Yep.
I mean, just could not hold on. And it hurts even more because you had them at home, right? I mean, you should have a little bit of a home field advantage. They really needed this win. That's one of those games that you've got to win if you're trying to get that fourth spot. One of those games where it's kind of on the fence whether you can beat them or not, and they needed this win.
Well, especially in light of what everybody had kind of penciled in as the automatic fourth-place team, if not maybe a little higher in Crandall. They get upset by Forney in a classic game last Thursday, and that brought that bottom down to Greenville, where if Greenville would have won, Greenville would have been sitting at 1-2, but in a really good spot because you'd had Corsicana out of your way, and you'd be sitting one game back of Crandall with Crandall still, you still have them to play. Now, in saying that,
Control your destiny.
yes,
right,
but in saying that, they have Forney this week. So if Greenville can beat Forney, and it's not like that would be that crazy. Forney,
It would be an uphill battle, though. I think Forney knows they come in to this game the favorite. How big of a favorite? I don't know. 7 to 10 points, right?
I think most are saying 4 to 7 to 10.
Okay. I would say if I were picking, I would say it would be Forney wins this game by 10 points, but that's close enough. I mean, how does Greenville handle that? This downtime. I mean, that's adversity.
Yeah, and I actually kind of think Greenville might pull the upset off in this one.
Do you?
I
wouldn't be shocked.
I want to see Forney, a team that wasn't expected to compete this year. They were 0-9 last year, and they get just an absolute emotional, crazy. Our sideline to sideline brother Matt Diggs was at that game last Thursday, and he said you'd have thought Forney had finally won the state championship in football. How much they're celebrating, which is awesome and fun. But you know how sometimes that means that next week when you're just playing a Greenville team that you don't really have a connection with rivalry-wise.
Start out a little flat.
And they have to see how they play on the road in one of those games. The last time they went on the road.
Yeah, this is over at Cotton Ford, right?
Yes. The last time that Forney went on the road truly was all the way back September 3rd in Midlothian. They did go out to White House the week before, so this will represent one of their longest trips of the season. Mm-hmm. And so it'll just be curious to see. And while Forney is technically fighting for their playoff life, because, yes, they're 3-0, but they still haven't played outside of Crandall the big boys in Ennis and Royce City. Greenville is definitely they're in win or go home the rest of the year.
Oh, yeah.
And so Greenville has to win this game. So you know what? I'm going to say I think the Lions will pull off the mild upset.
Which Greenville shows up? The Greenville that played Corsicana and lost, or the Greenville that played Ennis pretty close and lost? If
Good point.
The Greenville that showed up against Ennis shows up, they can beat Forney.
Well, and here's the thing. Greenville has struggled offensively since district play. They got shut out by Ennis. They scored 14 against Royce City, 14 against Corsicana. Defensively, they gave up 35 to Royce City. That's pretty good. Again, today's football world. Ennis, they got beat 28-0, but that game set at 14-0 for most of that game.
Right.
And then you look at a Forney team. It's not like Forney and all their success this year. They're not coming in and they're not blowing the doors open offensively. They beat North Forney 15-7. They beat Corsicana 24-6, and then they did score 30 against Crandall. But Crandall defensively has been their issue as well. So again, it goes back to I think this is a low-scoring game, which no matter who it is, that puts both teams in play. And I don't know. I just feel like Greenville's playing for a lot more for the rest of the year as far as their fate. Forney has a game in hand, and they're okay, and I think that could come up to bite them. All right, the rest of 5A Division II this week, we've got Crandall and Ennis. If Crandall takes care of business last week, we could have at least said, oh, this is interesting.
Right.
I don't think it is.
No.
Not because Crandall lost last week, but because Crandall's big issue is their defense.
Yeah.
And Ennis will feast on that if they can outscore you at any time. And so I just don't think that Crandall has enough firepower. I do think that they can score enough to keep it interesting early, but Ennis will just wear them down eventually.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Royce City? I mean, they're 6-0, but I mean, every win's just kind of been okay, yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
That they've yet to really either have an opponent that you say that's a signature win, or beat somebody so bad that you go, wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, they don't have statewide a signature win, but what they are doing is they're at least putting up at least 30, 35 to 40 points every week, right?
Professional wins.
Yes. So, I feel good being a Royce City fan. I feel good about it. I really think, look, I think they take care of North Forney this week, tonight at home. I really look for Royce City to go through this district 9-1. Forney and Crandall might be a little bit of a test.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think they're going to be good enough to beat those two? Yes, I do. They do have to play, bring their A game to win those games. The big test, though, of course, is Ennis. Does anybody in this district have the firepower to take down Ennis? And a lot of it's going to depend, who has the defense to limit Ennis. And I don't know that anybody's defense is there yet in our district.
Yeah, I think a team like Royce City can when they play, because this year's the game's in Royce City,
Mm-hmm.
and if you get one of those games where Ennis fumbles a couple times early or something like that, Royce City, again, going back to the term, they're professional enough. Royce City is solid enough that they could compete. And Royce City, I was talking to a 5A coach this morning, and Royce City, we're bringing up DFW teams, and he had seen a couple of Royce City film, and he said, Royce City's a team I could see getting beat in the first round,
Mm-hmm.
or I could see rematching with Ennis in the fourth round. He goes, they're that unpickable because they do a lot of things right, but there's nothing that they do really amazing.
Yeah.
But there's also nothing that they do that you go, oh, that's a massive hole that they can't fix. And he goes, those are the type of teams that are the scariest in the playoffs, because if they get the right draw, they get the right momentum, and boom, next thing you know, they're 3 rounds deep.
Yeah.
All right, let's turn our attention over to 6-2A Division I, where the rest of the brethren live. And boy, Wolf City, we talked about them. They started kind of slow. They lost that first game to Leonard, but again, no shame in losing to Leonard. But then they almost went a month before they got to play again because of COVID. But boy, since then, they have been on fire. They've won 4 straight, including 3 in district. Wolf City now controls their own destiny, 3-0 in district. You still got Cooper sitting at 2-0. I think it comes down to them two.
Yeah. Don't sleep on Celeste, though, right?
Oh, no, don't sleep on Celeste. By the way, that's where our friend Keontae is. Coach Keontae's at Celeste. They are 4-2, 2-1 in district play. The problem for them is they did lose their game to Cooper 26-24, but that tells you how close it is.
And they're good enough to ugly this up, though.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
To give a handle, say maybe Wolf City a loss.
Well, and here's what impresses me about Celeste, that they end up losing the game, but they could go into a defensive battle like they did with Cooper and stay in it, or they can go into a shootout like they did last week against Rivercrest and win 61-56.
Yeah.
Those type of teams are always the tough ones because you look at a team and you go, okay, we want to do this to them or do this to them. With Celeste, it seems like they're fine either way. Now, in saying that, Honey Grove is still sitting here. I know they're 2-4, but, you know, it wasn't like Wolf City beat the doors off of them. It was 26-21. They go into Celeste this week, and as crazy as 6-2A Division I is, it wouldn't shock me in the least that Honey Grove wins that game by 10, and we work here next week, and the brackets are just all crazy below Wolf City and Cooper.
What do you see in this game?
I'm going to go ahead and stick with Celeste because it's in Celeste, and I do think Celeste is a little bit better. But I do think this will be a one-possession game.
I totally agree.
And then you got a team like Rivercrest. Rivercrest has got their back against the wall. They take on Cooper this week in Cooper. A lot of the pundits are saying this will be an easy one. I think Cooper will win, but I think Rivercrest has enough to keep it close. They were in it with Wolf City till the end. Again, with Celeste, they lose in a shootout, 61-25. So while I think Cooper wins, I don't think the Bulldogs are going to win by 3 or 4 touchdowns like some of the pundits are saying.
I think Cooper wins, but I think it's I don't know. You know, their defense has been playing pretty well so far this year. So I think Cooper will keep the score down low, and they're going to be able to put up points. I see Cooper winning by 21.
Okay.
14-21, something like that. I really like what Cooper's defense has been doing pretty much throughout the year.
And Como-Picton plays Wolf City this week. It's pretty much an elimination game for Como-Picton. I don't think Wolf City will have any problem with them. And then you've got Alba Golden. They're basically they're on bye this week, and then they're in an elimination game next week against Rivercrest. So by the time we come back here next Friday, a lot of the story is going to start being told. We do have Wolf City and Cooper. They're going to meet down the road, I think the last game of the season, which I think will probably just decide seeding. Let me ask you this to finish this off. We look at across all the teams that we cover here on KETR, and we're going to include Royce City in that whole. We're including districts as a whole. Who do you see having the outside of Ennis? Let's take Ennis out of this part because they're the obvious answer. Who do you see having the most success playoff wise of the teams that you're looking at, from Commerce's district to Royce City's district outside of Ennis to 6-2-8 with Wolf City to Caddo Mills, that whole group?
Mount Vernon Tigers.
Mount Vernon Tigers? You
Yes.
still feel that they're the –
Yeah.
Is it kind of starting to feel like maybe they're the region favorite outside of maybe Tatum?
Oh, yeah. I would say Tatum, Gladewater is in there.
Yeah,
right?
Gladewater, they're bouncing back nice the last couple of weeks. Good
Tatum
point,
and Gladewater played again. That could very well end up different. But I think while Mount Vernon might not be favored in a game against Tatum or Gladewater, I think they're definitely good enough to beat those two. So, yeah, I think Mount Vernon has the best shot to go deep.
You and I talked about this last week, and we can all talk about whatever the Art Briles stuff off the field, but on the field, the attitude and just how Mount Vernon preps in pregame to them walking to the locker room, to walking back to the locker room, to lining up, to everything, they look like a 4-round playoff team at all times.
Well, just their sizes in the trenches too.
Yes.
I mean they're solid.
They're solid, and you don't ever see energy being wasted on anything during pregame warm-ups. You don't see kids goofing off. And I'm not saying programs that have kids that goof off can't win, but I'm just saying you look at a Carthage and you see regimented. Everything has a reason.
Yeah.
You don't take your left foot and move it.
Wasted motion.
Yes,
right?
no wasted motion. And that's how Mount Vernon looks now. And that's how Mount Vernon has looked with Art Briles. And let's be honest, before that, Mount Vernon never looked like that they did that. But so, I mean, you can tell.
Let's just hope they don't have the all gas, no brakes mantra this year. That didn't work out too well. So let's make sure that they're not using all gas, no brakes.
Let's go all gas, some brakes at some point. Want to remind everybody that you can, again, listen to Grant and I talk 3A and 4A football each and every week over at LoneStarGridiron.com. We also have a lot of other great high school shows, coaches shows, regional shows. We're going to have a ton more stuff coming up. Playoff time, that's only in 4 weeks, folks. We have a lot more shows come playoff time, so check us out again, LoneStarGridiron.com. You can follow Grant and I on Twitter, at Grant and Terry. You can like us on Facebook, Sideline to Sideline. You can email us, Grant and Terry at LoneStarGridiron.com. That puts Week 8 in the books. Week 9, we'll talk about it next week, right here on Sideline to Sideline, part of the big Friday night scoreboard show, right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
There is a new recording of the extraordinary Play of Virtues, the huge mystery play written by Hildegard von Bingen with seraphic fire. And we have the great experience of sharing this disc with the conductor, Patrick Dupre Quigley, this week right here on Millennium of Music.
Sunday morning at 6 on KETR.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight. Jared, it is a fantastically cool football Friday night this weekend.
Yeah, I tell you, we're experiencing slightly cooler weather, and I think it's going to continue to be cool through this weekend, which is something I thought was exciting. Texas A&M University Commerce homecoming is tomorrow here on the campus.
Mm-hmm.
Of A&M Commerce. The Lions will play host to Western New Mexico. That game kicks off at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and there will be a tailgate leading up where 88.9 KETR folks like you and me will be interacting with anybody who walks up to our booth as part of the big program and can come and interact with us and walk away with some freebies if they like. There's a lot you could come away with. If you happen to be visiting us in Commerce on the campus of A&M Commerce tomorrow. 7:03 on a football Friday night, Ryan, and here we are yet again as the Commerce Tigers are on the road at the Howe Bulldogs tonight. And as you and I have surmised that it's Howe's homecoming this evening, we are seeing some live images thanks to Kevin Jeffries, who set up a camera for us there in Howe tonight, so we can kind of see what's going on. And if you'd like to follow along with tonight's Commerce Tigers football game, you can do that by visiting KETR's many stream options. One of them is facebook.com/KETR. We've got a few folks streaming that way. You can also head over to YouTube, and you can follow along with the stream there. I'll tweet that link out here in just a bit if you're following us at KETR Sports on Twitter. You can keep up with us there. We're also running through, scrolling through 25 games that we'll be following tonight on the big Friday night scoreboard program. The Scoreboard Center will be busy this evening, Ryan. In addition to the Commerce Howe game, we've also got 24 other nail-biters that we'll be watching for here in at the Scoreboard Center.
That's true, we do. Do you mind if I go ahead and read off our list?
I think
here?
you should.
All right, starting off at the top of the list, we've got the Campbell Indians traveling tonight to face the Fruitvale Bobcats out there in Fruitvale even. The Savoy Cardinals, they travel to face the Union Hill Bulldogs tonight. The Trenton Tigers at home against the Tom Bean Tomcats. The Bulls Hornets, they're at home tonight, facing off against the James Bowie Pirates. We've got Como Picton, the Eagles, they travel tonight to face the Wolf City Wolves. The Jackrabbits of Forney, they're on the road against the Greenville Lions tonight. The Royce City Bulldogs defending home against the North Forney Falcons. The Paris Wildcats travel out to Terrell to face the Tigers tonight. The Sulphur Springs Wildcats on the road at the Corsicana Tigers. The North Lamar Panthers tonight at home facing the Pleasant Grove Hawks. The Winsboro Raiders travel to Rains to face the Wildcats tonight. The Caddo Mills Foxes, they're on the road to face the Farmersville Farmers. The Sunnyvale Raiders, they're out at the Community Braves tonight. The Quinlan Ford Panthers, they are at home against the Wills Point Tigers. The Bonham Purple Warriors travel out to face number 6 Mount Vernon tonight out there in Mount Vernon. So we'll see how that 5-3A Division I matchup shakes down later tonight. Liberty Ilo, the Leopards, they're out at the Spring Hill Panthers tonight. The Mineola Yellow Jackets on the road to face the Pottsboro Cardinals. That one also a division matchup for Commerce there. The Lone Oak Buffaloes, they're on the road facing the Bells Panthers. The Leonard Tigers at home against the Blue Ridge Tigers. The SNS Consolidated Rams, they're out at Whitewright tonight facing the Tigers. The Rivercrest Rebels on the road at the Cooper Bulldogs. The Celeste Blue Devils at home against the Honey Grove Warriors. And the Cumbie Trojans, they are at home defending against the Maud Cardinals. And finally, of course, last but not least, Skyline High School. They travel to face the number 14 Rockwall Yellow Jackets.
We're going to have all these scores tonight as best we can, sharing them with you both on the air at KETR 88.9 FM on your radio dial. You can also find us online at KETR.org. You can also ask your smart speaker, if you happen to be in a different place a little bit later on tonight, you can ask your smart speaker to play KETR, and you can keep up with these scores. We'll be interjecting them throughout the game this evening when the Commerce Tigers are playing Howe Bulldogs. That game is on the way right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. As you listen along this evening, you could also participate if you happen to be at a game tonight and you'd like to share images with us. Perhaps take a photo of the scoreboard, perhaps share with us some things that happened tonight. You can also send us videos, you can send us photos, you can send us texts, you can send us voice messages at 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. You can interact with the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program here on 88.9 KETR. We would love to carry information that you've got from the games that you attend along to the audience here this evening. You can also find us on Facebook.com/KETR Radio. We're also on Twitter. Our sports broadcast, our sports-specific Twitter is KETR Sports. That's at KETR Sports. We can be reached a lot of different ways. Later on tonight, you can also call into the program live and share your experiences with tonight's games throughout Northeast Texas. Or if you happen to be at a game that we didn't cover tonight, you could share that with us later too. 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. That would be the number to call in order to participate in tonight's program. We are here in the 46th year of Commerce Tigers football here on 88.9 KETR. We're excited to get you out to the stadium in Howe tonight for the Commerce Tigers versus the Howe Bulldogs. That's coming up in just a few minutes right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. Sports broadcasts, just like all broadcasts on 88.9 KETR, are made possible by folks just like you who support public radio. You can do that if you like. When you hear something that you appreciate, you can head on over to KETR.org and click the donate button up at the top of the page in order to make a contribution in support of public radio here in Northeast Texas. We are excited to be bringing you live images. Again, you can follow along with the video stream tonight, which will accompany our broadcast, or rather our broadcast is accompanied by the video stream this evening. If you head on over to Facebook.com/KETR Radio or go on over to YouTube and click around till you find KETR Radio, and you'll find us, 88.9 KETR over there on YouTube. And our stream is live tonight already. Here we are, Ryan, once again on the air on a football Friday night.
A fantastic one at that. Right now in Commerce, Texas, 68 degrees and clear. 16-mile-an-hour breezes, though. We'll see how those factor into the game tonight. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break before we guys get you out to Howe, Texas with John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries for the kickoff of the Commerce Tigers football matchup. It's your station, 88.9 KETR. Stay tuned.
The music on Sunday Baroque is perfect for your weekend. Whether you're relaxing with the paper, heading off to church, brunching with family, or digging in the garden, I hope you'll take Sunday Baroque along. It's here for you every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. here on 88.9 KETR.
10 presidents, 3 generations, a lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
If you're looking for a way to truly help children in need, become a CASA volunteer. CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocate. It means that you'll represent the best interest of a child in need in court. You'll work with attorneys and social workers to make sure that child is safe in the foster care system. You won't be a foster parent, but you will be a voice making a real difference at a critical turning point in his or her life. Because every child deserves a chance, and that chance is you. Volunteer today at becomeacasa.org.
Sponsored by Texas CASA.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click Donate.
From historic Bulldog Stadium in Howe, the Commerce Tigers meet the Howe Bulldogs in a District 5 3A Division I game. Good evening, everybody. I'm John Mark Dempsey, along with Kevin Jeffries. We'll have the play color of tonight's game for you. Jared Knight and Ryan Fulkerson will have scores from all over Northeast Texas and beyond all evening, and on the big Friday night scoreboard after the game. Of course, we are streaming on Facebook and YouTube, so I hope we pick up some viewers for that, and I know we will. The Tigers are 1-5 and 0-3 in district play after losing 65-28 last week to Pottsboro. The Tigers coached by 31-year-old John McSheffrey, and John, of course, has been named by Texas football as one of the top young coaches under age 40 in Texas. He was a major contributor to the Sulphur Springs Wildcats 2008 state championship team. A nod to Tigers history, Commerce has won 2 state football championships in 1999 under Steve Lineweaver and in 2001 under Terry Crone. Commerce has 19 district championships and is 527, 505, and 45 all-time, a 511 winning percentage. We'll hear from Tigers head coach John McSheffrey when Commerce Tigers football continues after this on 88.9.
I'm Jesse King. On this week's 51%, we recognize Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We tune into a virtual conference at the University of Vermont Cancer Center and speak with Albany Medical Center's Dr. Lynn Choi about what you can do to reduce your risk for the disease.
Figure out what your normal breast is and anything different bring to your doctor.
This week on 51%.
Tomorrow afternoon at 12:30 on 88.9 KETR.
New message.
Your Social Security number has been suspended. If you do not contact us, your account will be deactivated.
Scammers are aggressive when they contact a potential victim. Social Security Administration employees will never threaten you for information or promise benefits in exchange for information. In those cases, the call is fraudulent, and you should just hang up. Don't provide any personal or financial information to these thieves. Call the Social Security Fraud Hotline at 1-800-269-0271.
Coach of the Commerce Tigers before the game at Howe here tonight. Looking back at the Pottsboro game, of course, they got off to a great start, but you guys got back in the game there about midway through the second quarter and made a game of it there for a time.
Yeah, we had a slow start, kind of opposite of what I asked them to do, is come out, don't fill them out, execute, and it just took a little bit to settle down, and But it was still just execution, lack of execution throughout the entire game, to be honest. And, defensively, we got to step it up.
Yeah. The block punt was not helpful there in the first quarter.
No, not at all. Had us backed up, and they brought more than we could block off the edge. And so, anyhow, yeah, that was the momentum, because then right after that, they go down and score again. So that's a 10-point, swing.
Right.
So.
Right. We're seeing in the past couple of weeks, Carlos Aubrey is getting much more involved, on both sides of the football, really.
Yeah. So he's playing a little bit outside linebacker for me. He's played safety for me last year, and then obviously jumps in and gives kind of Ash and Day a spill when it comes to slot receiver. And yeah, he's a dynamic player, plays a ton. A lot of times he doesn't get a lot of recognition because it's kind of some. I don't know, for lack of a better way of saying it, just dirty work, and trying to turn the ball back in and things like that. So, but he does a good job for us.
And at some point along the line here, I should have asked you about Henry Serrano, but golly, what a great player.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Henry to death. He works his tail off. He's the guy that, if you ever need something, he'll volunteer, and him and his brother both, Carlos. And so, great family. We got four of the Serranos in our athletic program, 2 do cross country and 2 play football, so it's great.
Are you seeing progress with Darren Beal week to week at quarterback?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, I thought I challenged him at halftime just to make the right reads, and regardless of what the situation is, I mean, as a quarterback, you have to make the correct reads all the time. And so I think he's starting to settle in, starting to figure out this offense a little bit, and he'll continue to get better.
Yeah. And Ashton Seal, what a versatile guy on, again, both sides of the ball.
Yeah, he plays safety, slot receiver, and doesn't come off the field very much. And so, he's a great player, dynamic. He can break one at any point, and he kind of has some deceptive speed.
Yep. All right, let's talk about Howe. Now, we were here 2 years ago, and that was the muddiest field I have ever seen. I went down the field before the game like I do now, and just almost sank down into that turf. But now they have brand new artificial turf here, and just 100% difference.
Yeah, absolutely. That 9-day difference. I remember 2 years ago, our kids were so worried about getting muddy, and so pregame, I just told them to up, down, and roll around in it, and to get that out of their mind and get ready to play a football game. But, we won't have to do that tonight.
That's beautiful. And what about the weather? Is it nice to play in cool weather? It's going to be a bit windy, though.
Yeah, the wind will play a little bit of a factor, but again, the cooler weather, I think, hopefully will work in our favor a little bit, and our guys won't sweat out so much and cramp as much and those things, so it'll be good.
Right. They're struggling too, but, they're going to come in here hungry for a win just like you guys are.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're going to play hard. Coach Gilling, he does a good job, and he's been here and for, I want to say, at least three years maybe. Fourth year, okay. And so, but he's doing a good job. He's trying to get this place going, and I think turfing this field will help him a little bit too.
Absolutely. Right. They have, and looking at video, I think they have a very good-looking quarterback in Austin Haley, and he's not much of a runner, but he distributes the ball kind of like a point guard in basketball.
Yeah, he does a good job spreading it out to 1, 15, 22, 24, all those guys, receivers, and just kind of picks you apart a little bit if you allow him to, and does a good job of getting rid of the football.
Mm-hmm. What do you see on defense from them?
Defensively, they'll give us a couple different looks. They play hard, and so they're good size up front. That's probably their strength is their D-line, and so anyways, we're going to see how we pair up.
Right. Coach, good luck.
Thank you.
John McSheffrey, head coach of the Commerce Tigers, and Tigers football continues after this on 88.9 KETR.
When you like, follow 88.9 KETR on Facebook, your newsfeed is enhanced with top stories from NPR, local stories from KETR, occasional breaking news or weather information, and programming and technical updates. Plus, Facebook is a place where you can participate to move the conversation forward on the news that matters. Next time you're on Facebook, search for KETR 88.9 FM.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient.
That's something that you can't teach.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
had to be independent and take initiative. And that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Okay, once again from Howe, this is John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries with Commerce Tigers football. Howe is 0-6 and 0-3 in the district after a close 43-38 loss to Raines last week. And otherwise, this season, they lost 35-21 to Callisburg, 63-24 to Sanger, 27-20 close game to Weatherford Christian. They lost 59-14 to Pottsboro, so a comparable score to Commerce's loss to Pottsboro. They lost 70-17 to Winsboro, and as we said last week, close game, 43-38 loss to Raines. And last season, Howe suffered through an 0-10 season, losing to Commerce 49-0. But although they're winless this season, they seem to be much improved. For example, they lost to Raines 55-10 last year, but lost by only the 5 points last week, as we've already noted. Not all that long ago, they had 3 straight winning seasons, going 7-4 in 2014, 10-2 in 2015, and 9-4 in 2016. The Bulldogs are coached by Bill Drayling in his 4th year at Howe. He's 5-31 here and 13-62 overall in his 8th year as a head coach, after also serving in the lead role at Cushing and Hampshire Fannett in East Texas. He played football and baseball at Duquesne University, and he's a former U.S. Marine, if you can be a former U.S. Marine. So tough guy, no doubt. Commerce and Howe have not been regular opponents over the years, but they've been in the same district a couple of times in recent years. Commerce has generally had the best of it, winning 4 times and losing only once. As we said, the Tigers won last year 49-0, 20-14 in 2019 on that muddy field here. No, actually, that was in Commerce, and 40-14 here in the mud in 2018. And then going back to 2013, Howe won 26-6. Commerce won 46-0 in 2012. We are getting close to the time for the coin toss. Here come the Howe Bulldogs onto the field. This is homecoming at Howe High School. We've already had the homecoming king and queen announced. Bulldog Stadium was first constructed in 1935 and is the only playing venue the Howe Bulldogs have ever had, and is considered the oldest active stadium in North Texas. Now, the stadium was upgraded in 2014 and has been considerably rebuilt with a new press box and a new field house, and they have installed artificial turf here this year, as you heard us say in our conversation with John Jeffrey just a few moments ago. So we're just about to have the coin toss here, and we'll stay with that and let you know who's going to kick off and who's going to receive.
This should be a really interesting game, John Mark. Howe has given up a lot of yards on defense, but they're getting a lot of yards and points on offense. It's odd they don't have a win this season, but I mean, Commerce has given up 60 points 3 games in a row, and they've scored a bunch of points themselves. We might be in for another long night of points getting racked up.
Yeah. Neither team's defense will be confused with the 1985 Chicago Bears. I think we can rest assured of that.
There's also a record here for Howe in the play tonight. Austin Haley needs 171 yards to become Howe's all-time passing leader.
Yeah.
And he's averaging about 283, around 280 yards a game. He's likely to become Howe's all-time passing leader tonight.
Commerce has won the toss. Tigers will receive, and they will be moving from our left to our right. Let's take another break. We'll come back. Tigers coming onto the field right now. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh, More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
So Commerce will receive, and the ball game will be getting underway in just a moment or so. Our referee tonight is Kerry Moore. The umpire is Cornelius Arnick. Headlines Judge Julian Tagnon. Line Judge Fritz Beckworth. Back Judge Bradley Thompson. Field Judge Stephen Maxwell. And Side Judge Grady Hill III. So this is a 7-man crew, Kevin. I think that's the first time we've seen that. A 7-man crew tonight. In District 5 3A Division 1, Pottsboro and Mount Vernon tied atop the district with 3-0 records. Mineola and Bonham, surprisingly, at 2-1. Winsboro is at 1-2. Raines at 1-2. Howe and Commerce at 0-3. Other games tonight in the district: Winsboro at Raines, and of course our big Friday night scoreboard folks will be watching these games closely. Winsboro at Raines. Bonham at Mount Vernon, that's a big game. Mineola at Pottsboro is a big game tonight. All of those taking place in the district in addition to the Tigers and the Bulldogs. So here is the kickoff, and this is a short kick, and Carlos Aubrey calls a fair catch at the 46-yard line in Commerce territory. Kick on a diagonal to the sideline, and I don't know if he intended to kick it as short as that or not, Kevin. But Tigers' great field position starting off at the 46-yard line.
Absolutely. I think, probably not that short. It's not quite 10 yards, but it is pretty common sight to see these short kicks here at this level.
Yeah, we are video streaming this on Facebook, on the KETR Facebook page, and on YouTube. So have a look at that. We're up on the roof here at Bulldog Stadium. And from time to time, you may get a perspective of our own view here. Here's the first down pass for the Tigers, incomplete after a fake to the running back, and Dre Gadlin was the intended receiver slanting in from the right side there. 2nd and 10 for Commerce at the 47-yard line in Tiger territory. Commerce in white jerseys, white pants, orange numerals outlined in black, the black headgear. Howe's colors are basically black and white, but they have black jerseys, black pants, white numerals, and gray trim, black headgear. Here is Ashton Seal on 2nd down and 10 on a jet sweep, coming to the near side, crossing into Howe territory, and bumped out of bounds over here on the near side at the Howe 47-yard line. So this is going to be 3rd and 4 for Commerce. Tigers moving left to right on the new artificial turf surface here at Bulldog Stadium in Howe. Kendrick Greer in the pistol. And Darren Beal, the quarterback, fakes to him and then trying to pass over the middle, incomplete at the 40-yard line. So Commerce with a 4th and 4 in Howe territory at the 47-yard line, Kevin.
Yeah, Bill just, it seems like it sailed on him a little bit. He had a guy underneath and a guy over the top, and it landed in between them. And really looked like it was close to either one of them as he's rolling out to his left and throwing right-handed. It is a tough throw to make.
Kind of surprised Commerce going to punt here on 4th and 4 at the Howe 47-yard line. Emmanuel Castillo, the freshman punter.
Well, maybe they won't.
Well, maybe they won't. There's Deshaun Jackson moving up from his blocking position and motion, but it will be a punt, and this is a spiraling punt off the toe of Emmanuel Castillo. Goes out of bounds at the 20-yard line. So pretty good job there by Castillo. 27-yard punt. And first down, Howe at the 20-yard line. Just underway from Bulldog Stadium. We are in Grayson County, a little bit north of McKinney.
My zoom on this camera just has a mind of its own. So any of y'all watching on YouTube or Facebook, I apologize for the quick zooms. I'm not trying to do that on purpose.
Austin Haley, bit of a flea flicker. Here's a pass by McNutt. Deep down the right side, incomplete, but a flag is thrown near midfield.
Going to get some pass interference on Commerce on this. Just kind of reached in there.
Intended for Ryan Huff. They tossed it back to Caleb McNutt, who was moving from left to right.
Is that wide receiver option?
And basically was a halfback or a wide receiver option, and he threw it downfield, and the pass interference call against the Tigers moves the ball up to the 35-yard line. Commerce even front on defense. Howe going with the spread offense. Austin Haley is the quarterback, about 4 yards behind the center, takes the snap, gives it to Carson Daniels. Tough going up the middle. And let's see if they say he got back to the line of scrimmage or not.
I think he's going to lose a yard on this one.
Back to the 34-yard line. Kendrick Greer for the Tigers, leading Commerce with 74 tackles coming into the ball game. Brody Bauman, I saw also in on that tackle. So this is second down 11 for Howe. At the Bulldog 34-yard line, they move from right to left into the wind here in the first quarter. Play action, pass to the slot receiver on the right side to the 40-yard line or thereabouts. And that looks like Deshaun Jackson, who made the tackle there for Commerce. They give him the 41-yard line. And so this will be third down and 4 for Howe. Ball on the far hash mark as they move to our left. They go with a tight formation here. 3 receivers bunched on the left side. Running back Carson Daniels to the left of the quarterback Austin Haley. And they stand up, look to the sidelines with 15 seconds on the play clock. Big play here early in the ball game, 3rd and 4 from the 41-yard line. Haley counters, rolls to his right, under pressure from Carlos Serrano, going to run it, hit hard, close to the forward stick.
That was some good second effort there by Haley.
Making a stop. And that's a first down for Howe. Brody Bauman, the Tiger strong safety, coming up to make the tackle, but it is a first down for Howe at the 45-yard line. On the Howe side of the 50. And Austin Haley improvising there, the junior quarterback with 1,503 yards passing coming into the ballgame. First down from the 45-yard line. Tigers threatening a blitz. Hand off goes to Carson Daniels over the right side. Daniels stumbles out to about the 48-yard line.
A little more running so far tonight than I expected, but they're keeping it early, making Commerce come up and play honest.
Gain of 3, second down and 7. Ball on the far hash. Again, check with me, they call it, as they look to the sideline for the play. Plenty of time on the play clock, 15 seconds. A back on either side of Austin Haley. And this time they give it to Bryce Crosby coming left, and he is in big trouble and going to be brought down for a loss in the backfield. And that's Kendrick Greer again for Commerce making the tackle. All the way back at the 44-yard line, so that's a loss of 4 yards. And Howe behind the chains here, third down and 11. Need to get to the Commerce 45-yard line for the first down. No score in the ball game, just underway. Tigers had 1 possession, basically 3 and out. Howe has picked up 1 first down so far. 8:39 to go, and the clock is rolling here in the first quarter. 3 men wide to the far side and 1 to the near side. The back to the right of Austin Haley. He takes the snap, drops back, feeling the pressure, moving around the pocket, gets rid of it, finds his man, close to the first down at the Commerce 45-yard line. And that is Ethan Lopez, who has bumped out of bounds by Tyshawn Harris for Commerce. And that will be a first down for the Howe Bulldogs. And Kevin, great job there by the quarterback, Austin Haley, moving around the pocket.
Absolutely. He gets under tremendous pressure in the backfield and manages to stay alive. And then Lopez finds a hole in the defense, gets open. So he delivers the ball. They get the first down when they look to be in deep trouble.
Pick up 12 yards on the play. First down at the Commerce 44-yard line. Ball on the near hash. They're moving into the wind here. That wind out of the north tonight, of course. 3 to the far side and 1 to the near side. The running back to the left of Austin Haley. They fake to him, and Haley going to be sacked, and that is Brody Bauman, the strong safety blitzing for Commerce, and he drops him for a loss back at the 50-yard line.
Ooh, that was a big hit. Bauman comes in, comes around the side, blindsides Haley, takes him down for the big sack.
So now second down and 16 for Howe. The ball right at midfield and between the hash marks. Empty backfield here on second down and 16. 4 men wide to the right side and 1 to the left side. You hear the whistles. And a false start against Howe.
False start against the Bulldogs.
And that'll push them back even deeper. It's going to be second and 20, 21 here.
It's the best friend of the defense is the offense committing a penalty.
Absolutely.
There you go. But, of course, Brody Bauman kind of helped the Tigers out there, too, with that sack a moment ago.
That was a form tackle, too, as he took him down. It was beautiful.
And this is second down and, 21?
Yes.
Second and 21 for Howe after the false start. Tigers overload the left side on defense. Again, good pressure on Haley, and he throws to the near sideline. It's complete to Ethan Lopez. And Lopez out of bounds at the Commerce 46-yard line. Brody Bauman again on the tackle for the Commerce Tigers. So they get a lot of that back, but still now third down and 12 for Howe at the Commerce 46. Need to get to the Tiger 34-yard line for the first down. And the Tigers showing blitz. Snap to Haley. Big pressure, and he's going to go down again. Commerce getting great pressure here on Austin Haley. And several Tigers in on that, but Jamarian Lewis Brown, the defensive tackle, and also for Commerce, Henry Serrano, who came into the ball game with how many sacks? 5 sacks, and we'll give him another one there. So he'll have 6 sacks on the season. Tiger defensive end. Fourth down and long here for Howe.
Lined up to go for it, but Ashton Seal going back deep.
4th and 22, and there's the punt by Austin Haley, the quarterback, and it takes a terrific Tiger roll on this artificial turf, and it's going to be down at the 38-yard line.
So that quick punt they do where they come in, you're lined up in basically a normal formation, but from the shotgun position, the quarterback just hurries up and punts it.
That's a punt of only 8 yards.
Yeah.
Again, into the wind. Yeah, we saw that on video this week, that on a fourth down with Austin Haley, the quarterback, also the punter, he'll drop back an extra step or so and just more or less quick kick it. But in this case, Commerce gets the ball in very good field position, relatively speaking, at the 39-yard line. No score, 5:59 to go in the first quarter. We are halfway through the first period. And the Tigers with the ball for the second time here. Andy Jenkins out over the football for Commerce, snaps it to Darren Beal. Here is Ashton Seal, the slot back on the left side on a jet sweep, and steps out of bounds at the 46-yard line for a gain of 7 yards. Second down and 3 for the Tigers. The very versatile Ashton Seal.
Yeah, he's making plays all over the field. At 14 yards, he's got 2 carries, 7 yards each.
Came into the game with 240 yards rushing and 173 yards receiving, 5 touchdowns overall. And here is a give. No, it's a fake to Deshaun Jackson, and Darren Beal keeps it. Beal breaking tackles into Howe territory, and a flag down as he is taken out of bounds late. He went out of bounds around the 35-yard line.
Yeah, that's going to be a late hit.
And somebody pushed him down on the track here in front of the stand. So very late hit there. But what a great fake to Deshaun Jackson, and then we haven't seen Darren Beal carry the football very much, but did a terrific job there breaking a tackle. Got to the 35-yard line.
So it picks up 20 yards on that run?
20 yards, and then add on the penalty.
And I was talking to the Howe broadcast team. Monty Walker does a great job with the Howe Enterprise doing the broadcast as well, and he said that the Howe defense, allowing 500 yards a game more than, they've also had trouble with running quarterbacks. And having not seen Darren Beal run much tonight, I didn't think that would probably be their worry tonight, but
Dead ball foul.
It's going to be a false start on Commerce.
Tigers will have the ball here after the late hit at the 23-yard line, but now false start against Commerce pushes them back to the, well, that would push them back to the 23, so the line of scrimmage was the 18. I beg your pardon, and now they're back at the 23, where I said they were a moment ago, but I was mistaken. So the original line of scrimmage was the 18. Now the 23, 1st and 15. Beal faking to Isaiah Simon, throwing for Deshaun Jackson at the goal line. Jackson wants a penalty called, no go. And closely covered there by Austin Haley, going both ways for Howe. He is their quarterback and also plays free safety on defense.
Yeah, and I saw he's made some really stellar defensive plays this season, too.
Yeah. Great to see these kids going both ways for both of these teams.
Yeah,
So,
at least after the heat and the humidity and the cramps stop.
2nd and 15 from the 23-yard line for Commerce. No score here. Man in motion is Deshaun Jackson. They give it to Jackson on a jet sweep to the left side, and Jackson across the line of scrimmage and into the secondary, and is taken out of bounds somewhere inside the 10-yard line, close to another first down for Commerce.
Well, this camera has a mind of its own, y'all.
First and goal, Commerce at the 8-yard line.
How many yards was that for Jackson?
Oh, gosh, from the 23 to the 8, so what's that, 17? 23.
Fantastic.
15. 15 yards. First and goal from the 8. Snap to Darren Beal. Give it to Isaiah Simon over the left side. Simon shedding tacklers. Woo. Just refusing to go down, but finally does go down at about the 4-yard line. But a real tough run there by Isaiah Simon of the Tigers. Isaiah Simon, leading rusher for Commerce with 279 yards and 2 touchdowns coming into the ballgame. 2nd and goal from the 4. Tigers moving left to right. Ball on the far hash. Simon in the pistol. Fake to him. Darren Beal keeps it, and now he is going to be shoved back. And we'll see where they say his forward progress was. Looks like he's going to lose a couple of yards back to the 6-yard line.
Yeah, they're trying to take advantage of a read option, some misdirection, and have Beal run the ball, but Howe was on that one. They saw it immediately.
Charlie Vera, defensive end, made the first contact there for Howe. So now 3rd and goal from the 6 for Commerce. Strive started. The Tiger 39-yard line after a Howe punt. This is the 7th play of the drive. They've had a 20-yard run by Beal and a 15-yard run by Deshaun Jackson on the drive. Also a late hit. Helped out the drive. Here's a handoff now to Darren Beal. Not Darren Beal, but to Ashton Seal. And it's a touchdown for Commerce, but a flag is down on the play. Flag went down just as he crossed the goal line. Ashton Seal.
This could be holding on Commerce. That's the initial indication, I believe.
Ashton Seal going from left to right would have his 6th touchdown of the season, but it is holding against Commerce, and that's going to negate the touchdown.
Well, that hurts.
So from the 6-yard line, this pushes it back. And the holding call, Kevin, I think came just as he was about to cross the goal line. Obviously, it was called somewhere around the 1-yard line because they push him back to the 11.
Yeah, and it would have to be. I mean, that close to the goal line and the play being over.
Wow. Oh, man.
But the hold, they came in the direction where it certainly would have helped him get the score.
3rd and goal from the 11. Passing over the middle. Do we have a catch?
I said he was fumbling it. No. Initial indication, no. Miles Boyd going, yes, I caught it.
Miles Boyd breaking in from left to right, sliding at the goal line, trying to come up with the catch, but the official says no. I thought for a moment he had it.
Very close. Now they're bringing in the field goal team.
Yeah. So Emmanuel Castillo coming into the ballgame. Ball is square between the hash marks. They would put it down at the 17-yard line. So it's a 27-yard field goal. Wind at his back. Kick up, and the kick is good.
The kick is good.
27-yard field goal by Emmanuel Castillo, and the Tigers take the lead 3-0 over Howe with 3:23 left to go in the first quarter. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click donate.
Jared Knight at your station, 88.9 KETR, with a couple of scores all ready to pass along from the scoreboard center. Rains out in front of Winsboro, 7-0 with 10 minutes left in the first. Right now, Mount Vernon leads Bonham 7-0 with 11 minutes left to go in the first quarter. At 10 minutes left to go in the first, Pottsboro was leading Mineola 7-0. And Liberty Ilo out in front of Spring Hill 6-0 with 8 minutes left in the first. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe tonight, guys.
Okay, Jared, thanks very much. 27-yard field goal by Emmanuel Castillo, and here is the kickoff, end over end, taken at the 15-yard line. Good kick with the wind at his back, and the return out to the 30-yard line by Caleb Warmund for the Howe Bulldogs, of the tackle for Commerce by Moses Branch. So the Tigers move it from the 39 to the 6 of Howe. Actually, the 4 was the deepest penetration there. So that's a 55-yard drive for Commerce in 7 plays. And they get the 27-yard field goal by the freshman Emmanuel Castillo. And they lead 3-0. Now from the 30-yard line, play action, passing, Caleb McNutt making the catch in the flat on the near side, goes down immediately at the 37-yard line. Second down and 2. They give him the 38-yard line, so second down and 2 for the Bulldogs, moving from right to left, ball on the near hash mark. 3 to the far side and 1 to the near side. Back to the left of the quarterback, Austin Haley. And that is Carson Daniels. Now Daniels shifts to the right side. 10 seconds on the play clock. Fake to Daniels. Bubble screen to the far side. Pass is complete. I believe this is Lopez. And Lopez is going to be close to the first down around the 41-yard line. Looks like he'll have it. 3 or 4 Commerce Tigers swarming on the tackle there. And Lopez with the first down at the 40-yard line. Commerce 1-5, Howe 0-6, both hungry for a victory here. Bulldogs now first down at their own 40-yard line, 3 to the near side and 1 to the far side. Give it to Daniels between the tackles, and he has a nice gain out across the 45-yard line to the 47-yard line. Henry Serrano, Tiger defensive end, made the tackle there. They spotted at the 46-yard line, so 2nd and 4 for Howe. Ball between the hash marks. Malin Walker, the center route over the football for the Bulldogs. We'll tell you a little bit more about him in a moment as we get a chance. Here's the snap. And the give to Daniel, and a big hole up the middle. Daniel crosses into Commerce territory to about the 46-yard line. Kamarian Edwards on the tackle there for the Tigers defensive tackle. And that's another first down for Howe at the Commerce 46-yard line. So 8 yards on that game.
And he's basically the only running back they got. They are definitely testing that run defense of Commerce.
First down from the 46. Hand off Daniels, hit hard at the line of scrimmage. 3 or 4 Tigers in on that tackle. Ashton Seal was there for Commerce. Also, once again, Kamarian Edwards, junior defensive tackle. That's a 1-yard gain to the 45-yard line for Daniels. Ball on the near hash as they move to our left on the artificial turf. 1 man to the near side, 3 wide to the far side. Tigers with an even front. 4 men down. And Haley back to throw, moving up in the pocket, passing, complete around the 40-yard line. And it's Deshaun Jackson who makes the first contact for Commerce. They're going to give him forward progress at the 42-yard line of Commerce. So now 3rd down and 2.
3rd down and 2.
If I said the 42-yard line, I should have said the 38-yard line. So 38-yard line.
Who caught
3rd and
that
2.
pass?
Kevin, I've already
already forgot. Okay.
Lost that from my short-term memory here.
Give it to Huff.
And it is Carson Daniels up the middle on that 3rd down and 2 play. And Daniels will have the first down at the 30-yard line after a gain of another 8 yards. It's a good drive here for Howe. They started at their own 30-yard line. Now at the Commerce 30s, they've driven it 50 yards, and this is the 8th play of the drive. And you hear whistles, and that will be the end of the first quarter. Commerce leading 3-0, but Howe on the march. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Jared Knight here at the Scoreboard Center with scores to pass along. Fruitvale leads Campbell 12-0 right now with 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Trenton leads Tom Bean 6-0 with 9 minutes in the first. Quinlan Bowles out in front of James Bowie 14-0 with 4 minutes left in the first. Right now, Wolf City and Como-Picton knotted at 0 at the end of the first quarter. Forney leads Greenville 7-0 with 7 minutes left in the first. And Terrell and Paris are knotted at 7 with 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Back to John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries in Howe tonight, guys.
Okay, Jared, thanks. First play of the second quarter with Howe. First down and 10 at the Commerce 30-yard line, now moving with the wind at their back here in the second quarter. That north wind now blowing from left to right behind the Howe Bulldogs. And they give it to Carson Daniels, and a big hole for Daniels up the middle, and then taking it off to the left as he gets down to the 23-yard line for a gain of 7 yards. How many yards rushing for Carson Daniels so far?
31 yards on 7 attempts.
Second down and 3. The Commerce 23-yard line. 3 men to the near side and 1 to the far side. Daniels a step to the left of Austin Haley. They give it to Daniels again, and he will be short of the first down. Several Tigers in on that tackle. Noah Howell was there for Commerce. Henry Serrano, Brody Bauman all had a piece of that tackle. And this is 3rd down and short. 3rd and 1 at the Commerce 22-yard line. 10th play of the drive. Commerce leading 3-0. A back on either side of the quarterback, Austin Haley. 1 man wide to the left, 2 men wide to the near side. Ball on the far hash mark. Big 3rd and 1 play. Snap to Haley. They give it to Bryce Crosby, and he is not going to pick up the first down.
Excellent defense. They may be
Henry Serrano, the first man there.
They may be looking in 2-down territory, but that's some good defense right there.
Ashton Seal also went on that tackle for Commerce. So 4th and 1 at the 21-yard line, and no doubt Howell will go for the first down here. Two to the left side and 2 to the right side. Daniels now comes up under center. Now this is Haley, the quarterback, who comes up under center. And the ball is loose on the turf. You hear the whistles. and I think we're going to have a false start here against Howe, Kevin. Yeah.
Illegal procedure to call against
Ouch.
the Bulldogs.
Big break for the Tiger defense there.
Well, Haley fumbled the ball, too.
Yeah.
He got that. He fumbled the ball. If they hadn't called that penalty, and the whistle started blowing as soon as he fumbled, so Commerce sort of let off. Commerce would have, it hit the dirt. They would have gone for it more.
He moved from his shotgun position up under center, and then there was some kind of confusion surrounding that. So this is 4th and 6 now from the 26-yard line.
Yeah, I think that was meant to catch Commerce off guard and just plunge forward for the short yardage.
Right. Was 4th and 1, now at 4th and 6. Snap to Haley, rolling out to his right, under pressure, throwing, and caught, but short of a first down. Ethan Lopez makes a diving catch at the 21-yard line, but he, I believe, is short. Looks like the Tiger defense leaving the field, so the Tigers hold and take over at the 21-yard line. And the false start penalty against Howe was crucial there.
Oh, yeah, that really
4th and 1, ended up with 4th and 6. They move it from their 30 to the Commerce 21 in 11 plays. Nice-looking drive. I tell you, if you could just prevent yourself from getting the false start penalties, Kevin, in high school football, how much difference would that make?
Oh, yeah, tons.
So many times that kills a drive. 3-0 Commerce leading. From the 21-yard line. Again, Darren Beal going to keep it for Commerce. Let's make sure that's Darren Beal and not Brody. That's Brody Bauman in the ball game at quarterback. I thought that looked perhaps like Brody Bauman.
Yeah, Bauman had a good game throwing the ball this season, but generally they've used his feet more than his arm.
Yeah, Brody Bauman now at quarterback for Commerce. And he comes into the game with 215 yards rushing, 7.2 yards per carry. This is 2nd down and 9. And on this 2nd down play, handoff goes either to Isaiah Simon or Kendrick Greer. And that is Isaiah Simon, who gets up to the 25-yard line. So 3rd and 6 for Commerce. 2 running plays. Brody Bauman, the quarterback, on 1st down, and Isaiah Simon on 2nd down. 2 in the slot, 2 wide. Snap to Bauman. Bauman looking left, throwing deep, and his man pulled up there, and is that an interception? I believe it will be, and that is Ethan Lopez, who intercepts for Howe. No, check that. It is Wesley Inga, cornerback. And it looks like, for whatever reason, Miles Boyd pulled up on the route.
Yeah.
Brody Bauman throwing into the wind. And Miles Boyd running a fly pattern there, or a post, for whatever reason seemed to pull up on the route, and then the ball sailed into the hands of Wesley Inga for the interception.
Miscommunication between Boyd and Bauman.
And the ball goes back to Howe with the Tigers leading 3-0. 8:28 left to go in the first half. Bulldogs moving left to right. Screen pass. Complete to Carson Daniels. Short gain. And for the Tigers,
Henry Serrano making the stop.
Carlos Serrano on the tackle there for Commerce. Gain to the 47-yard line, so it's a gain of 2. 2nd down and 8. Bulldogs moving from left to right. They have the wind at their back. 3 men to the far side, 1 to the near side. Carson Daniels is the running back. Just a step to the right. At the quarterback, Austin Haley. Malin Walker, the center, right over the football. Looking at a 4-man Commerce front. Fake over the middle, pass to Ethan Lopez, complete. Lopez now outside the numbers in the secondary, inside the 20, and brought down over on the far side at about the 16-yard line. Big gain for Howe. Looks like Ashton Seal and also Dre Gadlin teaming up to make the stop there for the Commerce Tigers as the gain is to the 16-yard line. First down and 10 for Howe. Commerce leading 3-0. Fake to Daniels. Austin Haley, the quarterback, at the 10, at the 5, scores standing up. Austin Haley. 16-yard run for Austin Haley after faking to Carson Daniels. And the Tigers took that fake, not looking for Austin Haley to keep it himself. And that is a touchdown for the Howe Bulldogs. Howe takes the lead, 6-0. Or 6-3, I should say, with 7:13 left to go in the first quarter. Daniel Del Angel is the place kicker. And Austin Haley is the holder. The kick is up, and it is good. Howe 7, Commerce 3. 7:13 left to go in the first half. This is Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
Jared Knight at your station, 88.9 KETR, with a quick look at some scores from around the region. Union Hill way out in front of Savoy, 62-0 with 6 minutes left to go in the first half. Trenton leads Tom Bean 6-0 with 12 minutes left in the second quarter. Wolf City and Como-Picton still knotted at 0 with 7 minutes left in the second. Right now, Winsboro leads Rains 14-7 with 6 in the first. Let's see. Mount Vernon leads Bonham 14-0 with 3 minutes left in the first. And Pottsboro leads Mineola 14-0 with 7 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Also in the second quarter score right now, Whitewright and S&S Consolidated knotted at 0. And Cooper leads Rivercrest 8-0 with 12 minutes left to go before halftime. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe. Guys?
Okay, Jared, thanks very much. That is a 55-yard drive in 3 plays. The big play on the drive, a 36-yard pass from Austin Haley to Ethan Lopez down to the 16-yard line. Then Austin Haley, the quarterback, takes it in himself. A nice-looking run there for the touchdown. And they lead at 7-3. The touchdown made possible by the interception by Wesley Inga.
There we go.
They gave Howe the football at its own 45-yard line.
Well, it looks like both teams have been testing the run defense of each other. Howe has got the better of it so far.
Again, the short kickoff here to the sideline, taken by Isaiah Simon for Commerce. And he breaks a tackle. He's still on his feet at the 45, breaks another tackle and goes down at the 47, or does he? Wow.
Wow, spun around the third time and got into midfield.
2 times I thought he was down. Excellent return there by Isaiah Simon to the Howe 49-yard line.
Now that was some pachinko.
And I think he took it at the 40, so only 11-yard return, but he must have broken 3 or 4 tackles on the way there. Tigers great field position at the Howe 49-yard line, but now trailing 7-3.
I think I was Plinko. That was the guy. I don't know what that other one was. Some kind of game.
Tigers moving into the wind here in the second quarter. Ashton Seal in motion.
Ooh.
Hand off to Isaiah Simon. Somebody hit him up high. No, that is Kendrick Greer now in at running back. And he is stopped basically for no gain. I think that was Charlie Vera, the defensive end, that made the first contact there up high around the headgear. So no gain. 2nd and 10 for Commerce. Tigers moving right to left. Deshaun Jackson in motion. Darren Beal back in at quarterback for Commerce. Fakes to Deshaun Jackson and keeps it himself off the right side, but again, no gain here. So the Tigers, no gain in 2 running plays. And now 3rd down and 10 after that nice return by Isaiah Simon moments ago. Kendrick Greer in the ballgame at running back. Commerce will have 3 wideouts to the far side on this play, this 3rd and 10 play. 1 to the near side, and that's Miles Boyd.
Ashton Seal and Deshaun Jackson in the slot on the far side.
Darren Beal looking to the sideline. Andy Jenkins out over the football at center for Commerce. And now you hear the whistles, and the Tigers going to take a timeout. Howe 7, Commerce 3, 5:56 to go in the first half. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce Branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
From the Scoreboard Center, Leonard and Blue Ridge still knotted at 0 with 7 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Bells out in front of Lone Oak. It's 14-0 in Bells tonight with 6 minutes left to go in the first. Right now, Liberty, Ilo, and Spring Hill. Spring Hill has it 8-6 with a minute left to go in the first quarter. And Maud and Cumbie are knotted at 7 with a minute left to go in the first quarter. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe, guys.
Was thinking that.
Okay, here we go. 3rd down and 10 for Commerce at the Howe 49-yard line. Ball between the hash marks. Tigers moving right to left. They give it to Deshaun Jackson on the jet sweep, and Jackson makes a nice move near the sideline and is close to the first down around the 40-yard line.
Oh, they're only going to give it the 40, though. There'll be 9 yards on that. Needed 10.
Yeah. 4th and less than 1 for Commerce at the 40-yard line. Nice run there by Deshaun Jackson with the Tigers. But the Tigers need 1 more yard for a new set of downs here. At the Howe 40. Commerce goes with a full house backfield and a pistol, and they give it to, once again, Deshaun Jackson coming from right to left. Jackson gets to the 39-yard line. He will be close to the first down. The Bulldogs seem to think that they stopped him, but they're moving the chains.
They're moving the chains. First down, Tigers.
So 2 consecutive running plays to Deshaun Jackson pick up the first down there for Commerce. And the drive continues at the Howe 39-yard line. Commerce trailing 7-3. 5:32 left to go in the first half. Play action. Darren Beal throwing down the near side for Miles Boyd, and it is picked off again. And this is Austin Haley, the quarterback, playing free safety on defense. He steps in front of Miles Boyd and makes the interception.
Ouch.
Darren Beal throwing into the wind. I think, Kevin, he kind of forced that one a little bit.
A little bit. It was double coverage. It was thrown into the wind. It came up underneath Boyd. Austin Haley just swaps across the edge.
Second interception. Sorry, Kevin. Second interception for Howe here in the first half. And they converted the first one into a touchdown. They had the ball now at their own 15-yard line, leading 7-3. 5:25 left to go in the first half. Quick pass to Ryan Huff in the flat on the near side. Taken out of bounds here by Dre Gadlin for Commerce. Tiger cornerback. Gain of 5 yards to the 20-yard line. Make it the 21-yard line, so that's a gain of 6. They spot him at the 21. Even front for Commerce. Malin Walker snaps the ball to Austin Haley. Straight ahead it goes to Carson Daniels. Running back for Howe, and he is swarmed by 3 or 4 Commerce tacklers. Interior of the Tiger defense there, including Jamarian Lewis Brown.
So, John Mark, unless I've missed something, Austin Haley is a perfect 10 for 10.
Wow.
88 yards in this game.
3rd and 1 here for Howe at the 24-yard line. He's got the wind at his back here with 4 minutes and 22 seconds left to go in the first half, and the Bulldogs leading 7-3. 3rd and 1. Play action, and almost picked off by Dre Gadlin. It was Ryan Huff letting it, but now a flag down late.
What's the flag going to be?
And the first thing you think of is pass interference, of course. Didn't see that at all. Ryan Huff slanting him from right to left. Looked like Dre Gadlin had good position on him. And apparently they're going to call pass interference here against Commerce.
Well, that would have been his first incompletion.
Gosh.
But now it's not. There was one other interference penalty on Commerce as well earlier in the game.
Automatic first down, of course. And they put the ball down at the 39-yard line. First down for Howe. And it looked like the Tigers had made a stop there. We're going to get off the field. But Howe gets the first down on the pass interference call. And now at their own 39-yard line. 4:12 left to go in the first half, and Howe leading 7-3. Ball on the near hash mark. They move left to right. Haley back. Looked like he's trying to set up a screen. Now a flag is down on this play. And the indication is holding against Howe. So that'll help out the Tiger defense. And this moves the ball back to the 29-yard line.
Once again, he would have finally had an incompletion.
Yeah.
Except there was a penalty.
So 1st and 20 for Howe. They need to reach the 49-yard line on the Bulldog side of the 50 for the first down. But it is still first down. 3 to the far side, 1 to the near side. This is a handoff to Bryce Crosby across the 30 to about the 31-yard line. Henry Serrano had a piece of that tackle. Also, Jamarian Lewis Brown for Commerce, the defensive tackle. 2-yard gain to the 31, 2nd down. And I make that 18 for Howe. 2 in the slot, 2 wide. Crosby in the ballgame at running back right now. Bryce Crosby for Howe. Austin Haley, who had the interception just moments ago, back to throw, passing, incomplete at the 45-yard line. And Kevin, that is Cooper Jones. We were wondering if he was going to play or not. He's their leading receiver. Didn't play last week against Raines. First time we've said his name tonight. He came into the game with 36 catches for 492 yards and a touchdown. So he is back. But this is 3rd down and 18 for Howe. Got to get to the 49-yard line on the Howe side of the 50 for the first down. They will have 3 men wide to the near side and 1 to the far side. Ball between the hash marks. Haley waiting on the snap, has it. Back to throw under pressure from Kendrick Greer, gets away, rolling out to the right, passing, and in and out of the hands of Cooper Jones at the Commerce 45-yard line. Contact there by Deshaun Jackson, but no flag. And it will be 4th and long for Howe, and they will have to punt, but they will have the wind at their back here.
I'll be able to get a good punt. Haley's got some good moves. He does. Escaped the pressure there, but he just couldn't find a man open. Great coverage and sustained coverage by the Commerce Tigers that time.
Right. Haley is the punter. Now, he stands about 4 yards deep, but I expect that he's going to drop back a step or two and then punt. And now he does drop back. Very, very short punt formation. Keep that in mind for later in the game. He gets a very low kick away, bounds at about the 40-yard line. It is bobbled by Ashton Seal. He has to chase it down back inside the 20, and he's still trying to make something out of the play, and he's going to be brought down at about the 18-yard line.
Ashton Seal returning the punt.
Yeah, well, it was going to stay in bounds, and it was going to keep on going down. Ashton Seal trying to save it from getting much worse, and wasn't a whole lot he could do with it.
Haley kept the kick low, and he got a good roll on it, and then it got away from Ashton Seal. And he tried to get away from the pursuers, but could not, is brought down at the 18-yard line. But at least the Tigers have the ball back here with 3:08 left to go in the first half, and Howe leading 7-3. Tigers have a 27-yard field goal by Emmanuel Castillo. Howe has a 16-yard run by their quarterback, Austin Haley. Tigers moving right to left. On first down, play action pass. And it is complete to the far side and caught by Ashton Seal, but he is tackled for a loss back to the 17-yard line.
Number 7, Warner, making a nice defensive play. Loss of 2 on the play. Loss of 5.
I beg your pardon. I had the same problem that the public address announcer did. We both saw that differently. Than what it really was, that's a loss of 5.
Yeah.
Back to the 12-yard line. And on the next offensive play for Commerce, it's a running play to the far side. We're now looking across the field here. And the gain, I missed the ball carrier, I must say, but the gain was to the 15-yard line.
I think it was Isaiah Salmon.
So that was a gain of 3 yards. And now the Tigers with a 3rd and long, 3rd and 13, we'll say. Need to get out to the 28-yard line. Ball on the far hash mark. Snap to Beal. Fake handoff up the middle. And a pass, nobody there, across the middle. Incomplete at the 35-yard line. Dre Gadlin, I guess, the nearest receiver for Commerce. But, again, Kevin, that looked like some kind of problem as far as the pass route for Commerce.
Yeah.
So not a good offensive series for the Tigers there. And now 4th and 13. And Emmanuel Castillo will be punting into the wind. Stands at the 4-yard line. Brody Bauman is the deep snapper. Good snap. Castillo gets it away, end over end, takes a nice Tiger roll. This will be a pretty good punt. And it rolls to the 49-yard line in Commerce territory, but that's not bad.
Yeah, reasonably fortunate punt there, especially into the wind.
That's a 34-yard punt into the wind. Yeah, very good. But nevertheless, Howe leading 7-3 with 1:46 left to go in the first half. Will have good field position at the Commerce 49-yard line.
1:46 left in the half. These games, this is going fast.
Moved right along, hasn't it?
Especially the last few weeks when Commerce has been the last game of the evening.
Right.
We've had 16-hour games.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that too. All right, here we go. Big situation here for the Commerce defense. Possibly and probably the last possession of the first half for Howe. Flag goes down. And this will be either a false start or illegal procedure as the case may be. And this pushes them back into their own territory to the 46-yard line. Commerce defense has benefited from some untimely penalties against the Howe Bulldogs here tonight. 1st and 15. Carson Daniels over the left side. Not much there. Gets to the 47-yard line for a gain of only 1 yard. Interior of the Commerce defense there to meet him. 2nd down and 14 for Howe. Clock rolling with 1:25 left to go in the first half. The Bulldogs on top 7-3. I expected a lot more scoring here.
Yes,
Kevin.
Me too.
Austin Haley.
This is not what I expected.
Play action, throw in deep. Look out for the flag. There it is. Haley throwing for Carson Daniels down the field. I don't think they do that very often, and he got tangled up with one of the Tigers between the 30 and the 35-yard line, and it's going to be pass interference against Commerce, and that'll be an automatic first down for the Howe Bulldogs. Carson Daniels coming out of the backfield, running a wheel route down the right side. This moves the ball to the Commerce 38-yard line.
Bulldog ball, 38-yard line, first down.
First down for Howe. 1:14 left. Howe has all 3 timeouts should they need them. 2 in the slot, 2 wide. Daniels a step to the right of Austin Haley. Now he moves to the left side of Haley. Snap to Haley. Drops back. Throwing down the right side. Beautiful spiral for Cooper Jones. Incomplete. Good coverage by Ashton Seal. He may have broken that up.
Yeah.
I thought they had. I thought they were on target there for that touchdown, possibly. Inside the 10-yard line with the pass coming down onto the fingers of Cooper Jones, but it may very well be that Ashton Seal deflected it at the last moment.
Absolutely had good coverage on that. Very close.
2nd down and 10. From the 38-yard line, Haley, read option, gives it to Daniel. He is going to be hit behind the line, still on his feet, though. And now he is going to be tackled by Carlos Serrano all the way back at the 50-yard line, but I'm sure they're going to give him forward progress.
It looks like they're going to
put
it at 49 because he turned up, ran up, and then got hit again. But I would have thought they put progress closer to the 45 in Commerce territory, but boy, he loses a bunch on that one.
Wow, all the way back to the Howe 49-yard line. So this is now 3rd and 10, 15, 21. 22, 3rd and 22 for Howe. Huge play there by Carlos Serrano, but he had some help from several other Commerce tacklers. And now Haley bobbles the snap, and he's in big trouble. And again, it's Carlos Serrano. Sacks him back at the 37-yard line. Wow, what a two-play sequence there by the Tiger defensive end, Carlos Serrano. And that's the end of the half.
Wow. That's way to end it.
Wow.
4 seconds.
Well, they say put 4 seconds back on the clock.
3 seconds. 3 seconds.
That was a 9-yard loss. The previous play was a 13-yard loss. So 22 yards in losses, a tribute to Carlos Serrano, the Tigers sophomore defensive end, on the last 2 plays.
It was beautiful. Defense stepping up when they needed it the most.
So 4th down, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 4th and 31.
I'm not sure which team called the timeout here. I think it was Commerce, though. Commerce wanted the last chance.
No, it was Howe, because they're down to 1 timeout now on the scoreboard. So, and Tigers still have all 3. No, I beg your pardon, it was Commerce. You're right. I'm looking at it backwards. Yeah, it was Commerce. So you would think the Tigers going to spread out all over the field here.
Yeah. Well, or Howe tries to run for 3 seconds and just turns it over on down.
Yeah, they may just.
I mean, if you run backwards with the ball, you can probably kill 3 seconds.
They may just decide just to run out the clock, especially the way the last 2 plays have gone. Howe was threatening here at one point at the Commerce 38-yard line.
Well, you'd think you'd get Deshaun Jackson or Ashton Seal back.
Yeah.
Nobody's back. But
everybody's within
like they're
12.
running a regular play. Last
Tigers.
Hail Mary pass.
Tigers all within 12 yards of the line of scrimmage, and Haley throws it away. Rolls out to the right. Nothing developing, so he just throws it away. So interesting first half. Not what we expected. We expected a high-scoring first half. We may get that in the second half, but 7-3. Howe leading over Commerce at halftime. Homecoming here at Howe tonight. And we'll take a break, come back and summarize the first half when Tigers football continues after this on 88.9 KETR.
I'm Stephen Dubner, host of Freakonomics Radio. Every week, Freakonomics Radio explores the hidden side of, well, everything. From the economics of sleep to when is the best time to rob a bank. So tune in next time on Freakonomics Radio.
Saturday morning at 6 on KETR.
Hi, it's Olivia Munn with my shelter pets, Frankie and Chance. Say hi, guys. When I adopted them, I discovered that they both have incredible personalities. Chance's sole purpose in life is to love and to be loved. Frankie is a little bit of a scoundrel and always entertaining. They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love. Adopt pure love at theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the Humane Society of the United States, and Maddie's Fund.
Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR. John Mark Dempsey, Kevin Jeffries, and Howe leading at halftime 7-3 over the Tigers. Commerce got the lead on a 27-yard field goal by Emmanuel Castillo with 3:23 left to go in the first quarter. A drive that started at the Commerce 39-yard line and got as far as the Howe 4-yard line, but they had false start penalty in there and maybe a holding penalty too, I think, and ended up having to settle for the field goal by Emmanuel Castillo. Then an interception by Wesley Inga, giving Howe the ball at its own 45-yard line, and they scored very quickly, 55 yards in 3 plays. Big play was a 36-yard pass from Austin Haley to Ethan Lopez down to the 16-yard line, and then the quarterback, Austin Haley, scored on the 16-yard keeper. I believe that's his first rushing touchdown of the season. And the extra point kick by Daniel Del Angel was good, and that gave them a 7-3 lead with 7:13 left to go in the second quarter. And that is where we stand right now, 7-3, Howe leading. They had another interception, and that was by Austin Haley, the quarterback who plays free safety on defense. And then they moved the ball after an exchange of punts. They moved the ball to the 38-yard line, but we had 2 consecutive plays there at the end of the first half by
Henry
Carlos
Serrano. Carlos Serrano.
Yeah, the loss of what did I say, 13 yards and then 9 yards. On the second one was a sack of Haley, and the other one, I don't know what happened. It was a running play, and it was Carson Daniels who bounced off the first wave of tacklers, Kevin, and he was going backward. He kept trying to make something of the play. He kept giving ground.
And I was I thought maybe that was a bad spot as well.
I
However,
agree.
he did lose a lot of yards, then turn around and get some forward progress.
Yep.
If he had gone down, it
Right.
wouldn't have been that bad. But I think they pushed him a little further back than they had to. He still had a big loss, though.
Absolutely. But two terrific plays there by Carlos Serrano, the Tigers sophomore defensive end, and the younger brother, of course, of Henry Serrano. So a good end to the first half on that account for the Commerce Tigers, and now only down by 7-3. And we are about to go to the field here at Bulldog Stadium in Howe, where I think if you are watching on our Facebook and YouTube stream, you see the Commerce High School band under the direction of Carol Wallace in formation, and they are just about to perform. So let's hear from the Commerce
Welcome to the field,
Roaring Tiger Band.
Edition of the award-winning Commerce High School Marching Band. For the halftime enjoyment, the band will be performing selections from our 2021 show titled The Journey. Our featured soloists include color guard soloist Taylor Bruce, all-state saxophonist Sam Gossett, and all-state trumpet players Michael McWhorter and Fernando Medrano. The 2020-21 majors are senior Grayson Turner and junior Olivia Velasquez. The section of the week is the clarinets. The first movement of our show includes selections from Various Is Eric. And now, with the sound of excellence, we present your Commerce High School Roaring Tiger Marching Band. Our second movement includes selections from Mahler Second Movement 4 and Daphne's Implode. booklet features Enterprising Young Men by Giaconco and Fly by Paradise by Whitaker. Commerce High School Superintendent is Charlie Alderman. The Commerce High School Principal is Roger Brown. Professional Director is Joseph Smith. Color Guard Director is Robert Schmidt. Visual casting heads are Nick Wilkerson and Cody.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click Donate.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Well, hello, folks. It's your old buddy Luke Clayton inviting you to tune in to our hunting and fishing show every Saturday morning at 5 a.m.
Did really good in the hill country this year. Got a nice deer I rattled up.
And we go in there with buzz baits and yellow magic pop-Rs, and it's between 20 and 40 fish a day.
Just truly enjoy the nature and the outdoors.
And remember, you can go to ketr.org and listen to the archive of our past shows.
Reading is fundamental. The nation's largest children's literacy organization invites you to rally our children to read. Visit rallytoread.org and help your child pledge to read 100 books by Read Across America Day in March 2022. Also, watch well-known authors read their favorite books. Find activities to keep young readers motivated. And teachers can enter the Rally to Read sweepstakes for a chance to win 100 books for their own school, subject to rules. Inspire your child to read. Visit rallytoread.org today.
Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight. And right now at the half, the Howe Bulldogs lead the Commerce Tigers 7-3. But, of course, that is not a score that the Tigers can't come back from in the second half of play. But, of course, that's not the only game that we're watching on the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program tonight. We have 24 other matchups that we're keeping our eyes on, and they've all got scores to update as well.
That's right. Uh-oh. Yeah, sorry. I'm just not listening to me. There I am. Hey, so we got some some magical buttons to press over here in the TV studio down the hall. So, hey, we've got scores from throughout the region, and we're going to share those with you right now. So there was a couple of six-man games that kind of ran away with it. The last check was 6 minutes left before halftime. Sometimes they call these early, so we don't know where they are right now. But I'll tell you, Fruitvale was leading Campbell 20-0 with 6 minutes left before halftime. And Union Hill out in front of Savoy 62-0 with 6 minutes left before halftime. It's the last check we had on those games. They may be updated here shortly. Let's see. With a minute before halftime, Trenton was leading Tom Bean 35-0. That game being played in Trenton tonight. Quinlan Bowles leading James Bowie 44-0 with 2 minutes left to go before halftime. It's halftime in Wolf City, Texas. Como-Picton Eagles came to town. They're knotted at 0. No score at Wolf City tonight at halftime. Halftime in Greenville tonight. Forney leads 14-0. The Jackrabbits over the Lions. That's a halftime score. The Royce City Bulldogs lead the Falcons of North Forney 28-7 with a minute left before halftime. It's knotted at 7 in Terrell tonight, where Paris and Terrell are at it. Halftime 7-all there in Terrell this evening. 14-all in Corsicana with 3 minutes left to go before halftime. Right now, Pleasant Grove is leading North Lamar 37-0 at halftime. That's 37-0 at the half. Pleasant Grove leads North Lamar. Winsboro leads Rains right now 28-13 with 3 minutes left to go in the second quarter. In Farmersville tonight, Catamills Foxes lead Farmersville 20-8 with 5 minutes left before halftime. It's halftime in Community. Sunnyvale leads 14-0 over Community at the half. Let's see, Ford Panthers. Quinlan Ford leads at Wills Point 42-0 with just a minute to go before halftime. It's halftime in Mount Vernon tonight, where the number 6 Tigers of Mount Vernon lead the Bonham Purple Warriors 35-0. That's a halftime score. Halftime, Spring Hill leads Liberty Ilo 15-6. It's 28-7. Pottsboro leading Mineola at halftime. Pottsboro leads 28-7 at the half over Mineola. Bells leads Lone Oak 30-0 with 4 minutes left to go before halftime. Let's see. We already know that the Howe Bulldogs are leading the Commerce Tigers 7-3 at the half. Let's see. Leonard Tigers are leading Blue Ridge 19-0 with 6 minutes left to go in the second quarter at last check. It's halftime in Whitewright tonight, where S&S Consolidated Rams and the Whitewright Tigers are knotted at 0. That's a halftime score. Cooper Bulldogs lead the Rivercrest Rebels 22-8 at halftime. Let's see, Celeste Blue Devils out in front of the Honey Grove Warriors 21-7 at halftime. And Maud is leading Cumbie right now 27-8 with just 2 seconds left before halftime. Maud leads Cumbie 27-8. That could very well be a halftime score. Halftime all across Northeast Texas here on Football Friday night. We're happy to have you along online at ketr.org, on the air at 88.9 FM. You can also find us online at facebook.com/KETR radio, and we are on YouTube as well. You can search for 88.9 KETR on YouTube and watch the stream this evening on a Football Friday night. We've got scores rolling into the center, and we've also we'd be happy to take your scores. I had one person at the Wolf City game passing along images there on the old text. You can text as well at 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. Some images from the Wolf City and Como-Picton game this evening. And basically I had photos of the scoreboard, Ryan, there whenever they went from the first quarter to the second quarter. They were knotted at 0 because they still are. And we also saw a Oh, I just got an update. It's that's the same score, 0-0 at halftime, and I've got some really neat photos just across the sidelines and from the stands there at Wolf City, including the picture of the mascot, which I can try to share online on our stream here in just a bit. As the Commerce Tigers are in Howe to take on the Bulldogs this evening. You can watch our stream again by visiting facebook.com/KETR Radio. You can also find us on YouTube. We are streaming at YouTube this evening. You can see the stream that we've got going there as well. It's halftime in Howe this evening. If you've got scores you'd like to pass along, you can do that by texting the studio. Again, we are accepting the studio has a text machine, and we learned how to use it.
As it were.
Yeah, so you can text us from your text. If you have a text machine, you can text our text machine by dialing us up. It's a simple 10-digit code. It's 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. You can also call the studio, I guess, and bother Ryan if you want. It's 800-882-KETR, 800-882-5387. The phone lines are open. We'd be happy to take scores and pass those along to you here in Northeast Texas or wherever you happen to be around the world listening on your devices. Remember, you can also, if you happen to be away from the radio and you want to use your smart device, which is either your phone or maybe you have a smart speaker. They have these Echo devices and these Google Home devices and these all kinds of smart speakers out there. You can ask that sucker to play KETR, and it'll do it. I know because I've tested a lot of them. We do that in order to stay abreast of what's going on, and they all work when you ask them to play KETR. So try that whenever you get a chance. It's halftime in Howe, and we'll pass along more scores as we move along this evening. If you're listening to the matchup between the Howe Bulldogs and the Commerce Tigers, you should know that that Howe leads Commerce 7-3 right now at halftime. We're going to continue to keep our finger on the pulse of that game, but you should also know in District 5 3A, we've got Winsboro leading Rains 28-13 with just a couple minutes before halftime. It was a minute before halftime where Quinlan Ford, halftime score, Mount Vernon leads Bonham 35-0, and Pottsboro is leading Mineola right now 28-7. That game being played in Pottsboro this evening. I mentioned Quinlan Ford 42-0 versus Wills Point with a minute to go before halftime. And Ryan, these scores different from some of the ones we've seen the past couple of weeks where we had some runaway scoring. Mm-hmm. And here we've got multiple games on the big scoreboard. I guess see at least 2, if not 3 games on the big scoreboard knotted at 0 at halftime. So they're kind of the opposite of what we've seen, these score fests that we've been bringing folks throughout Northeast Texas for the past couple of weeks. And now here we have just a bevy, a veritable bevy of low-scoring games here on the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program and the Scoreboard Center.
Yeah, we do. I mean, maybe that consists of some of these teams hitting their stride and the defense is finally starting to click with each other, or maybe it's just matchups this week. There are a lot of factors that can affect that, but you're absolutely right. It's a very stark contrast on the scoreboard this week as it was compared to last week, where we saw many scores that were, like you said, runaways, like some of these from last week. Of course, Pottsboro over Commerce, 65-28. We had Quinlan Ford over Farmersville, 68-27. Mount Vernon over Mineola, 49-7. And who knows, maybe this could turn into another one of those nights as the second half of play gets underway in some of these games. But I guess that only time will tell on that front. We're going to go ahead and take another break before we come back, maybe fill in on some more scores, new games going to halftime, and then we're hopefully going to get you guys back out to Howe, Texas for the matchup between the Commerce Tigers and the Howe Bulldogs. Right now on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce, the KETR Sports Center, 63 degrees and clear 9-mile-an-hour winds. It's your station, 88.9 KETR. Stick around.
Billy Joe Johnson was a son.
He started walking when he was 9 months old.
A friend.
You can't compare nobody to Billy.
And a star football player.
Everybody looks like they're running in slow motion except one guy, Billy Joe.
His death is the story of what justice means in America. On the next Reveal. Tomorrow morning at 11 on KETR.
You've been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. You have to carefully monitor your health for the rest of your life. And you have an increased risk of developing cardiovascular disease.
Cut. Take 2. Action.
You've been diagnosed with a new purpose, to fight for the amazing life you made for yourself. To look that risk of heart disease square in the face and say, no, not me. You've been given a new opportunity to live. Get started.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, joined in studio by Jared Knight, and I'm going to go ahead and run down the scoreboard one more time, but we're only looking at games that have already gone to the half this evening. Of course, as you already know, the Howe Bulldogs over the Commerce Tigers at the half, 7-3. Some other halftime games here. Como-Picton and Wolf City knotted at 0-all at the half. Forney, the Jackrabbits over the Greenville Lions, 14-0 at the half. The Royce City Bulldogs over the North Forney Falcons, defending home tonight, 28-7. Paris Wildcats and the Terrell Tigers are locked up 7-all at the half in that one. The Pleasant Grove Hawks over the North Lamar Panthers, 37-0 out there in North Lamar. The Community Braves at home against the Sunnyvale Raiders. The Raiders leading that one currently 14-0 at the half. Out in Quinlan, the Ford High School Panthers over the Wills Point Tigers, 49-0. That's a halftime score. The Mount Vernon Tigers over the Bonham Purple Warriors, 35-0. Those are the number 6 ranked Mount Vernon Tigers, by the way. The Spring Hill Panthers over the Liberty Ilo Leopards, 15-6 at the half. The Pottsboro Cardinals defending home against the Mineola Yellow Jackets, 28-7 at the half. S&S Consolidated and Whitewright knotted at 0-all. That's a halftime score. Cooper Bulldogs and the Rivercrest Rebels, 22-8. That's Cooper over Rivercrest in that one. The Celeste Blue Devils fending off the Honey Grove Warriors, 21-7. And finally, for the halftime scores, the Maud Cardinals over the Cumbie Trojans, 27-8 at the half. And it is certainly starting to feel like fall weather out here in Northeast Texas. If you guys were here for our last segment, we said the temperature outside right now, 63 degrees. So this is definitely getting into football weather on a football Friday night here in good old Commerce, America. If you guys want to send anything that you are experiencing football-wise in Northeast Texas this evening, there are many ways in which you can reach us up here at the KETR studios. You can tweet us at KETR Sports. I will be monitoring that all night. You can text us at 903-751-5145. And after the game, you can also call in at 800-882-5387 and let us know what football action that you guys have been witnessing tonight. Anything you've got to say over there, Jared?
No, I was just checking because somebody just sent me some video of the Wolf City Band playing where Wolf City and Como are knotted at 0, and so I was going to try to put that up on the old stream if I can get that up here in just a bit, see what I can find, and see if I can't get that up for folks to see at home where they're getting ready. Hey, they're getting ready to take the field in Commerce. We got to throw it back.
All right, sounds like
in Howe. I'm sorry.
In Howe, the Commerce Tigers are getting ready to take the field out there. So we're going to go ahead and take another quick break, and then we'll get you guys back out with John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries. It's your station, 88.9 KETR.
On this week's Wait, Don't Tell Me, Dulce Sloan shares her approach to the art of persuasion.
It's just a very from the bottom of just like black woman soul, like There was a kid doing something in here they weren't supposed to, and I went and they just stopped.
I'm Peter Sagal. Join us for a wait that will stop you in your tracks. That's the News Quiz from NPR.
Tomorrow morning at 9 on listener-supported KETR.
Okay, once again from Howe, we have had the kickoff to start the second half, and Howe has the ball at the 38-yard line, but the Tigers penalized somehow here, Kevin. I missed that, but a 5-yard penalty pushes the ball to the 43-yard line. At any rate, Howe with the football to start the second half, first down from their own 43-yard line. Austin Haley rolling out, passing for Ryan Huff, and Huff makes the catch on his knees at the 47-yard line. So it's a gain of 4, and second down and 6 for Howe. Bulldogs moving from left to right. They have the wind at their back. That means Tigers will have the wind at their back in the fourth quarter. That could be a factor. 7-3, Howe leading. Just underway here in the second half. Second down and 6 as they move left to right. Fake to Daniels. Quick pass to Cooper Jones near the line of scrimmage, and he breaks a tackle and gets down to the 45-yard line before Brody Ballman, strong safety, brings him down for Commerce. Make it the 44 of Commerce. First down and 10 for Howe. Ball on the near hash mark, 3 men wide left, 1 wide to the right. Austin Haley, quarterback, 5 yards behind the center, Malin Walker. Running back to the left, Haley is Carson Daniels. Pass from left to right, incomplete, intended for Caleb McNutt, diving at the 35-yard line, but incomplete. It'll be second down and 10. Tigers have a 27-yard field goal by Emmanuel Castillo. Howe has a 16-yard run by the quarterback, Austin Haley. That's all the scoring in this ball game.
And we certainly expected more.
7-3, Howe leads. 2 in the slot, 2 wide to either side. Ball between the hash marks on this second down and 10 play. Quick pass to Cooper Jones in the slot on the near side. Jones, using his blocker, Ryan Huff, expertly gets across the 40 down to the 43-yard line of the Tigers. Beg your pardon, the 38-yard line. Gain of 6 yards. And this is third down and 4 for Howe. 3 men wide left, 1 man wide to the right. Carson Daniels, the running back to the left of Austin Haley, the quarterback. 12 seconds on the play clock. The snap and the give to Daniels up the middle. Gets to the 35-yard line and shoved back. Don't think he will have the first down. On the tackle there for Commerce. Leading the charge, Jamarian Lewis Brown, Tiger defensive tackle. 4th and 1 at the Commerce 35-yard.
You wonder if in this quarter, Howe is going to try to take advantage of the wind, although it seems to have died down a little bit, at least momentarily.
Back on either side of Austin Haley as he waits on the snap here on this 4th and 1 play from the Commerce 35-yard line. 2 wide to the near side, 1 to the far side. Snap to Haley, give it to Daniel. He is tripped up, and I don't think he made it.
Nope. He was going to the outside. He had a lot of grain, but I think he just tripped on the foot of a lineman, and he goes down, and Commerce gets the ball.
I'm going to give credit to Carlos Serrano again with the tackle, and he may have been going down anyway, but it was Serrano who brought him down to the turf ultimately. So it's first down, Commerce at the Tiger 36-yard line as Howe gives it up on downs. 7-3, Howe leading. 9:31 left to go in the third quarter. Tigers now moving from right to left into the north wind at Bulldog Stadium in Howe. Darren Beal, the Tiger quarterback, fakes the handoff. Couple of steps to his right, fires for Dre Gadlin, makes the catch at the 41-yard line for a gain of 5 yards or thereabouts. Second down and 5 for the Tigers. Playing on the new artificial turf here at Howe. 3 years ago, we played just in a quagmire. Ashton Seal in motion from left to right, whistles. Handoff was to Isaiah Simon. And the illegal procedure call here against the Tigers. They get back that 5 yards they got on the first down play. And back to the 36-yard line. It'll be second down and 10.
Wow, penalties. Commerce hadn't done a whole lot in this game. Not even a lot of plays. There's 69 total yards. 69 yards on offense, I should say.
Ashton Seal in motion from left to right. The handoff to Isaiah Simon going off tackle to the right side. Gets up to about the 39-yard line for a gain of 3 yards or so. Make it the 40-yard line as they spot it. So that is a gain of 4 yards, and it's third down now and 6. Ball on the far hash as the Tigers move to our left. Full house backfield. And the give to Deshaun Jackson, and he is going to be brought down behind the line of scrimmage. And that is Caleb McNutt. Strong safety for Howe comes up and makes the play on Deshaun Jackson. A loss back to the 38-yard line, loss of 2. And Commerce will have to punt into the wind.
You know, John Mark, I think that might have actually been a option play for Deshaun Jackson, but the Howe defenseman was able to get back there and put enough pressure on him that he didn't have a chance to pull it. But you had Miles Boyd running in single coverage on a fly route down the sideline.
Be interesting to see if that presents itself again. So Emmanuel Castillo into punt for Commerce on this 4th down and 8. Deshaun Jackson goes in motion. Snap to Castillo. And a good-looking punt into the wind here. Taken by Cooper Jones at the 29-yard line. He is swarmed by Commerce tacklers immediately.
Jones, number 24, takes the punt. Bulldogs now take over, 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line.
Dre Gadlin down there, also Brody Bauman for Commerce. Nice punt by Emmanuel Castillo there, Kevin. They needed it.
Had a great hang time on it, too.
Absolutely. Very good. So 31-yard punt into the wind. So Howe leading 7-3, 7:32 left to go in the third quarter. Bulldogs moving left to right from the 30-yard line. Austin Haley, the junior quarterback, 5 yards behind the center, takes the snap. Fakes to the running back, quick pass to Ethan Lopez. Lopez and a bubble screen. Gets a block across the 35 to the 37-yard line. And Deshaun Jackson brings him down. Nice pickup on first down for Howe. Second down and 3.
Lopez has 6 catches for 64 yards tonight.
Yep. 3 men wide to the far side and 1 to the near side on this 2nd and 3 play. Ball on the near hash mark. There's the snap to Haley. And the handoff to Daniels up the middle. Tough going again. And Jamarian Lewis Brown, whose name we've said a lot tonight, there for Commerce. Kendrick Greer got a piece of that tackle. Also Kamarian Edwards. So this is 3rd and 1 from the 39-yard line. Gain of 2 on that play. Big play here for both sides with Howe leading 7-3. And already here we're midway through the third quarter. Fast-moving game.
Yeah. Way less passing than we expected to see.
Empty backfield here for Howe. Man in motion from the slot, left to right. And the quarterback, Austin Haley, into the secondary at the 40. Far side to the 30 and out of bounds. Taken out by Deshaun Jackson for Commerce. Austin Haley, the quarterback, with an empty backfield, and he surprises the Tigers by taking it himself over the left side, and he's all the way to the Commerce 27-yard line.
Wow. Huge gain there, and I think he had a big 16-yard run for a touchdown earlier, too.
34 yards on the gain by Haley. On that 3rd down and 1 play. First down at the Commerce 26-yard line. Snap to Haley. They give it to the man coming from left to right in motion, and he has a big gain. inside the 10, inside the 5. This is Caleb Warmont. First time we've said his name tonight. He's been playing mostly on defense, and that is a 26-yard gain to the Commerce 1-yard line, but it's going to come back. A flag at the 20-yard line and a huge break for the Commerce defense here. Have you seen the preliminary indication?
I have not.
I guess he's holding or blocking the back.
He must have given the indication before we were
Never
looking.
to see the indication. They're back at the 30-yard line, though, and this is first down and 14. First and 14. They would have been at the 1. So either a holding call or blocking the back against Howe pushes them back to the 30-yard line. First and 14. Man in motion. Again, that's Warmont from left to right. And they fake the handoff to him, and Austin Haley, the quarterback, this time caught behind the line by Carlos Serrano, who's having a big game for Commerce. Also Brody Bauman, the strong safety. That's a loss to the 31-yard line. Second down and 15 for Howe. They need to get to the Commerce 17-yard line for the first down. Bulldogs in the spread. They have 2 in the slot, 2 wide to either side. Ball between the hash marks. Haley waiting on the snap from Malin Walker. Fake to Daniels. And rolling out Haley, the quarterback. Little wiggle there. Down the sideline he goes. Steps out of bounds somewhere around the 20-yard line. Short of a first down, but a very makeable third down and 3 here for Howe. 11 yards in the game there by Haley, who had a 34-yard run not long ago.
You know, and on some of those runs, I think he's wanting to throw. He's looking upfield, but Commerce has some good pressure in the backfield.
Got to the 29-yard line, or I should say the 19-yard line. Third and 3 from the Commerce 19-yard line. 2 in the slot, 2 wide. Daniels to the left of Haley, and they ran together. They bumped into each other there. And Haley dropped for a loss. That is, again, Carlos Serrano and Brody Bauman teaming up on the tackle for Commerce. And that's a loss back to the 20, so loss of 1, and now 4th and 3 for Howe. From the Commerce 20-yard line. And they will go for the first down here. No thought of a possible field goal. Very tight formation here for Howe. Snap to Haley. Dropping back, throwing into the end zone, and incomplete, and good coverage out there for Commerce.
Pass is incomplete.
Intended for McNutt, Caleb McNutt.
Ball goes over on down.
And that looks like that was Tyshawn Harris back there for Commerce, but he had some help, Kevin.
Yes, he did. Double coverage out there, but the ball was actually thrown very well, where if there was somebody that was going to catch that, it was going to be Haley's receiver.
Commerce at the 20-yard line. They take over on downs for the second time. Last time Howe drove to the Commerce 36-yard line. This time they drive to the 20-yard line. Both times the Tiger defense stiffens and force the Bulldogs to give the ball back on down. So Commerce trailing 7-3. 3:36 left to go third quarter. Ashton Seal in motion left to right. Handoff Isaiah Simon going right, cutting back. Nice pickup there for Isaiah Simon. And on the tackle for Howe, Luis Gonzalez, senior linebacker. Simon gets to the 24-yard line in Commerce territory. Second down and 6 for Commerce. Simon in the pistol. Man in motion from right to left again to Simon. The handoff across the 25 to about the 26-yard line for a gain of just 2 yards. Looks like Landon Duty in on that tackle for the Howe Bulldogs at the 26-yard line. So this is 3rd and 4 for Commerce. Tigers badly in need of a first down here. Howe's had 2 pretty good drives in a row. They want to put that Commerce defense right back out on the field. 3rd and 4, snap to Beal. And it's Kendrick Greer in the backfield takes the handoff, and he's going to be dropped for a loss. Back at about the 20-yard line. Caleb McNutt, strong safety, coming up to make that play for Howe at the 25-yard line. So the Tigers 3 and out for the second time here in the third quarter. From the 25-yard line, 4th down and 6. Again, Emmanuel Castillo, who had a 34-yard punt into the wind last time. Brody Ballman is the deep snapper. Good snap, chest high. Emmanuel Castillo, no rush. Again, a very high twisting kick. Takes a Tiger roll inside the 40 to the 38-yard line of Howe. Another nice punt by Emmanuel Castillo. That's a 37-yard punt by Emmanuel Castillo for the Tigers. Very good. And Howe, first down at its own 38-yard line. Leading 7-3, a minute 40 left to go in the third quarter. Bulldogs moving left to right, the wind at their back. That may be a factor. Tigers will have the wind at their back in the fourth quarter. Handoff Daniels. Trying to go up the middle. Again, there's Carlos Serrano, Tiger defensive end there. Also Kendrick Greer for Commerce. Leading tackler on the Tiger defense with 74 tackles coming into the game tonight. That's just a gain of 1 to the 39-yard line.
That was his 15th carry, 27 yards on the night. So they are testing that run game, but they aren't getting a lot of room except Haley with that big 34-yarder and, of course, the 16-yard touchdown.
This is 2nd and 9 from the 39-yard line in Howe territory. 3 men wide to the near side, 2 to the far side. Empty backfield here for the Bulldogs, and they give it to Warmoond again, moving from left to right, trying to go wide. And he has run out of bounds over here on the near side around the 42-yard line. Deshaun Jackson and Dre Gatlin making the play for Commerce. I thought I saw a flag. There is a flag.
That's not. Well, this is along the line of scrimmage, which normally would indicate holding, as the side judge didn't indicate like a late hit or anything.
Personal foul, Howe.
Ooh.
Our referee, Kerry Moore, very emphatic rendering of the penalty indication there. So that's a major penalty. 15 yards, being walked off back to the 24-yard line. Still second down. They need to get to the 47 from the 24. So what's that, 23 yards?
Yeah.
2nd and 23. Even front for Commerce. Ball on the near hash mark. Again, the empty backfield for Howe. Austin Haley taking the snap, backing up, throwing downfield, and intended for Ethan Lopez, and off his fingertips at the Commerce 45-yard line. Had a chance for that one. 3rd and long for Howe.
Yeah, I thought that one was going to be complete, John Mark.
Holding my breath there for a moment.
He got the protection, he got the time.
Coverage there.
He got the man he wanted.
Yeah, Carlos Aubrey was back there for Commerce. 3rd and 24 for the Howe Bulldogs. Again, they go with the empty set. 3 men wide left, 2 men wide right. The junior quarterback, Austin Haley, 5 yards behind the center. He drops back as he takes the snap, throwing deep for McNutt over on the far side, looking for an indication from somebody. Apparently incomplete, either incomplete, not a catch, or he made the catch out of bounds. Not sure.
I think he made that one out of bounds, John Mark. The BA announcer, I believe, said that as well.
So 4th and 24 for Howe. Austin Haley, the quarterback, is the punter. Now he lines up in regular shotgun formation. Typically, he will drop back another couple of steps. There's no surprise here, presuming that he does punt, but He just does not drop back very far at all. The Tigers very nearly blocked that one. He kicks it off to the left. He keeps it low, and that's by design. And it rolls out of bounds at the Commerce 47-yard line. Ashton Seal was back to return the punt, but he had no chance. That seems pretty risky to me, doesn't it to you? The way they only line up about 7 yards deep there on the punt?
I mean, they're looking to make it quick, and if they see something glaring thing on the defense, take advantage of it. And I mean, you say that. We had Darren Beal line up in traditional punt formation and still get rushed and hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, he put a little pressure on that quarterback, make him kick it quicker.
28-yard punt by Austin Haley. And the Tigers at their own 47-yard line to start this drive. Only 30 seconds left to go in the third quarter. And you hear the whistles.
That was a false start. A couple guys up front.
Commerce trailing 7-3. False start against the Tigers. So push them back to their own 42-yard line. And it will be 1st and 15 for Commerce.
This is not the game we were expecting tonight, John.
Not at all. If we get a chance, we'll kind of put that in context here in a minute. Neither one of these teams has been able to stop much of anybody else all year, and yet we have a 7-3 game apparently going to the fourth quarter. 1st and 15. And this is a direct snap here. We haven't seen this tonight until now to Deshaun Jackson for Commerce, and Jackson doing a good job of getting outside and then going down the sideline and steps out of bounds in front of us here at the 46-yard line. So that's a gain of 4 yards. Tigers still behind the chains here, 2nd and 11. After that false start penalty at the 47-yard line. 21 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Commerce down 7-3. A back on either side of Deshaun Jackson. They snap it to Jackson. He's going right, cuts it back. And Deshaun Jackson across the 50 into Howe territory to the 46-yard line, 48-yard line. And that may be the final play of the third quarter. It'll be a 3rd and 4 for Commerce at the Howe 48-yard line, and we will go to the fourth quarter with Howe leading 7-3. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Programming on KTR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
From the scoreboard center, we've got Trenton leading Tom Bean 41-0 with 8 minutes left to go in the third. Forney leads Greenville 14-0 with 12 minutes left to go in the third. At halftime, Mount Vernon leads Bonham 35-0. Pottsboro leads Mineola 28-7 at the half. Also a halftime score, Winnsboro out in front of Rains 28-19. Right now in the third quarter, Pleasant Grove leads North Lamar 44-0 with 11 minutes left to go in the third. Back to Howe with John Mark Dempsey, Kevin Jeffries. Guys?
Hey, Jared, thanks. Commerce has given up 43 points to Leonard, 76 to Bonham, 63 to Mount Vernon, and 65 to Pottsboro. We'll run the Pottsboro or the Howe numbers here for you in a minute, but this is 3rd and 6 for Commerce as we start the fourth quarter. Deshaun Jackson all over the field here, back and forth before this ball is snapped. 3rd and 6. Darren Beal setting up a screen. And it's Isaiah Simon who catches the ball, and Isaiah Simon outside the numbers, down the sideline, still on his feet. 20, 10, went out of bounds somewhere inside the 20-yard line, they say at the 16-yard line. Kevin, first time we've seen that play this year, I think.
Yeah, screen pass to Isaiah Simon, get him loose on the outside, and he was able to find room to run. Huge play. The only big play so far tonight for Commerce.
31 yards on the gain to Isaiah Simon on that 3rd down and 6. And his first down, Commerce at the 17-yard line. Tigers trailing 7-3, but on the march. Fake to Simon. Pass for Ashton Seal at the 2-yard line, incomplete, but flags down. Flags down on this pass play.
2 flags, and Howe was immediately upset when they saw the flag, so I think.
Kerry Moore, our referee. These officials out of the Dallas chapter tonight. I'm not taking my eyes off of Kerry Moore. So, pass interference, Howe.
Pass interference is
all right.
Call against the Bulldogs. Result of the penalty is a
half the distance to the goal to the 8-yard line. First down and goal for Commerce at the 8. Darren Beal, the Tiger quarterback in the shotgun, has Isaiah Simon in the pistol. Fake to Simon. Beal runs it himself, lowers his shoulder at the 5, flag down as Beal is down to the 1-yard line or close to it, but a flag down on this play.
I think this may be holding on Commerce, but
looks like it came from the umpire. Yeah, no, holding. How?
Defensive holding. Oh, yeah, he was rolling out as if to throw.
Holding penalty called against
defensive holding. Another first down.
That would be another half the distance and first down, and this will give them the ball at the 1-yard line.
Darren Beal got incredibly close there, too.
Line of scrimmage now, the 1-yard line. Simon in the pistol. Handoff to Simon at right guard. Lowers his shoulder, pushing, touchdown. Touchdown, Commerce. Isaiah Simon, his third touchdown of the season, and the Tigers take the lead 9-7 with 11:21 left to go in the third quarter.
Punch it through. They're earning every inch of that yard tonight.
58-yard drive for Commerce in 6 plays. Emmanuel Castillo with the extra point. Darren Beal is the holder. Brody Ballman is the snapper. The kick is up, and the kick is good. 10-7, Commerce leads. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Sunnyvale leads Community 21-0 at the half. Right now, another halftime score is Bells leading Lone Oak 36-0 at halftime. Cooper also leads Rivercrest 30-8 with 5 minutes left to go in the third quarter. And somewhere late in the third quarter, Maud was leading Cumbie 27-8. That was about 11, actually less than that, about 5 minutes left in the third quarter in Cumbie this evening. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe, guys.
Okay, Jared, thank you. It's a 58-yard drive in 6 plays for Commerce. The big play, the 31-yard screen pass to Isaiah Simon, and he gets the touchdown on the 1-yard plunge. Here's the kickoff by Emmanuel Castillo, lands at the 10-yard line and rolls into the end zone. That's his first touchback of the season, Kevin, I think. And he's had a very good night for Commerce, by the way, the freshman kicker, both punting and place kicking. That's a 27-yard field goal, an extra point. His punting has been good. That's a very good kickoff.
Absolutely. And not much wind left anymore. It was very windy earlier.
Yeah, it has died down a lot. If we can get a reading on that from the studio at some point, and also the temperature, that'd be interesting. Howe on defense this year has given up 35, 61, 59, 70, 40, and 43 points. So that is why we have been surprised to. This is a 10-7 game early in the fourth quarter.
Commerce takes time out.
Let's keep it here. With the Tigers leading 10-7 now early in the fourth quarter. Commerce just scoring that 1-yard plunge by Isaiah Simon.
Now remember, Austin Haley needed 171 yards passing to become Howe's all-time leading passer in school history. He's at 103. I thought maybe he'd get 350 tonight. You know, at least as usual, which is between 250 and 300.
We've got a quarter to go. And as I thought, we're right back to action quickly here. So Tigers now with 2 timeouts remaining in the ballgame. That could become a factor later. This is first down for Howe at the Bulldog 25-yard line. They move from right to left and into the wind, but the wind is considerably less than it was. And a quick pass out into the flat near side to Ethan Lopez, and he is hit immediately by Dre Gadlin for Commerce, the cornerback. So that is your public address announcer said Carlos Aubrey, but I'm pretty sure that was Dre Gadlin. So that was a gain of 4 to the to the 29-yard line. Make that a gain of 4 yards. Second down and 6. 3 to the far side, 1 to the near side as Howe moves from right to left. Fake to Daniels, pass across the middle to Cooper Jones, slanting in. He runs over a man and still on his feet across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Finally run out of bounds by Kendrick Greer and Brody Ballman for Commerce. Oh, wow, Cooper Jones lowered his shoulder there, and I think that was Dre Gadlin. He just ran over out to the 47-yard line for a gain of 18 yards to Cooper Jones, who missed the game last week against Raines. He is their leading receiver. And we see why right there. Yeah. First down for Howe at the 47-yard line. Snap to Austin Haley. And off to Daniels up the middle. Daniels, short gain. Perhaps to the 49-yard line. Kamarian Edwards and Jamarian Lewis Brown, 2 Tiger defensive tackles, there to keep him from going any farther. We say this is second down and 8 from the 49-yard line as the Bulldogs approaching midfield. Whistles. Handoff went to Daniels, and we have a false start.
Illegal motion is called against the Bulldogs.
A 5-yard penalty here against Howe will push them back to the 44-yard line. And they're behind the chains on second down and 13. Need to get to the Commerce 43 for the first down. Malin Walker, the center, right over the football. Haley, the quarterback, about 5 yards deep in the shotgun, has a man in motion. And now we have the possible flea flicker, but the ball is loose on the ground as the handoff went to Ethan Lopez, and then he tossed it back to the quarterback, Austin Haley, but the ball was bounding around on the ground there, and Howe got it back, but all the way back at the 33-yard line for a loss of 11 yards.
Timeout on the field.
And Haley slightly shaken up here.
That looked to be a little dangerous, too, as if he'd been able to handle that ball. They had some guys downfield.
So now it is third down and very long for Howe. They got to get to the Commerce 43-yard line from the 33. So that's 17 plus another 7 is 24. Third and 24 for Howe. Yep. And Haley sitting down at the 30-yard line and now getting to his feet. Wow, he is the one guy they could ill afford to lose. He's
absolutely
hobbling just a bit, and I think will come out of the game here for a moment at least. But perhaps not.
Yeah, he's going back to the huddle on the sideline.
The backup quarterback is Caleb McNutt, one of their receivers, and also plays in the defensive backfield.
Howe has called a
9:19 to go in the ball game. Commerce now leads 10-7 over Howe. The Bulldogs trying a flea flicker a moment ago, but the ball got loose. And a big scramble for the ball, and somehow the Bulldogs got it back. But now third and 24 for Howe.
Commerce was all over that, too. There was a bad snap, bad handle on the flea flicker. That is the risk on that play the most, is that you're doing all this stuff in the backfield.
Right.
Now you risk the defense getting in there, and Commerce has had good pressure all night. That's one reason I don't think Haley's thrown a lot. They get him on bootlegs where running is his second read. He's had to take a second read bunch. And it's only really gutted the Tigers once, really, for 34 yards, but of course had the big touchdown run. So twice, but
both defenses have looked terrific here tonight.
Yeah.
Third and 24 for Howe. Empty backfield. Setting up a screen pass to Carson Daniels. He is hit by Isaiah Simon, and he will get no farther than the 37-yard line for a gain of about 4 yards, and it'll be 4th and about 20 for the Bulldogs. The wind has almost completely died down. As you look at the American flag in the north end zone, Kevin, it's hanging completely limp, so the wind really no longer is a factor here.
Well,
which is too bad for Commerce because the Tigers have been going against the wind. At least in the third quarter, they were going against the wind. It was still something of a factor. Now they would have it at their backs, but it's died down. Anyway, the punt here coming. Again, the very short punt formation. And Haley just kind of pokes at it and depends on the roll, and he gets a good roll. And it's down to the 33-yard line in Commerce territory, so that turns out to be a fairly decent punt by Austin Haley. He only lines up about 7 yards deep. And he gets a 30-yard punt there. So, time getting to be an issue. 8:28 left to go in the ball game. Commerce leading 10-7. Tigers have the football at their own 33-yard line. Ball on the far hash mark. They give it to Kendrick Greer in the backfield for Commerce. He gets past the first man. Down the sideline he goes. Breaks another tackle. Yet another tackle he breaks as he lowers his shoulder and leaving Bulldogs in his wake as he traverses down the field and is all the way to the Howe 44-yard line. But we have a flag down, and it's going to come back. What a run by Kendrick Greer.
Yeah, and it's heartbreaking. It didn't even matter. Holding at apparently at the line of scrimmage. Now this was going to be into the play.
That was about a 23-yard run there for Kendrick Greer, but with the hold, it pushes the Tigers back to the 30-yard line. However, it is still first down. Kendrick Greer, of course, best known as a sterling linebacker on the Commerce defense, but they do bring him in to let him run the ball. Now it is a direct snap to Deshaun Jackson, and Jackson into the secondary. Weaving through the Bulldogs. 40, 30, 20. Deshaun Jackson at the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Commerce. What a run by Deshaun Jackson. 70 yards on the touchdown.
There you go.
No flags.
An important thing to point out. I'll tell you, if you give Deshaun Jackson the ball enough times, he's going to give you something like that. He's getting lifted up by coaches over there on the sideline, celebrated for that huge touchdown run.
Deshaun Jackson in the Wildcat. And the kick here by Emmanuel Castillo is good. And all of a sudden, the Commerce Tigers up by 10 points, 17-7, 7:41 left to go, fourth quarter. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
Forney leading Greenville 21-0 with 7 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Somewhere in the fourth, Wolf City now leading Como-Picton 12-0. It looks like Pleasant Grove stomping North Lamar. It's 53-0 with 7 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Winsboro in front of Range 35-19 with 11 minutes left to go in the third quarter. And a fourth quarter score, Spring Hill leads Liberty Ilo 15-6 with 12 minutes left in the game. Now back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe, guys.
70-yard run moments ago by Deshaun Jackson. That will be his 7th touchdown of the season. 5 rushing and 2 receiving. Kickoff. Emmanuel Castillo, end over end. Taking up the 12-yard line on the run by Caleb Warmund for the Howe Bulldogs. And the return is across the 30 to about the 31 or 32-yard line. We'll see where they spot it. So a long way to go yet here. Tigers should not breathe too easily, but leading 17-7 with 7:36 left to go in the ballgame, and one of the Bulldogs down over on the far side at the 22-yard line. We'll take a break. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click donate.
Jared Knight here at the Scoreboard Center. Right now, Sulphur Springs leads Corsicana 21-14 with somewhere in the third quarter there. Looks like right now still a halftime score to Caddo Mills, 27-8. Caddo leads Farmersville 27-8 somewhere in the half. Right now looks like Quinlan Ford leading Wills Point 49-0 somewhere in the third quarter. Sunnyvale leading Community 27-0 with 6 minutes left to go in the third. We know that Mount Vernon, number 6 Mount Vernon, were leading the Bonham Purple Warriors 42-0 with 4 minutes left to go in the third quarter. And Cooper leads Rivercrest 36-8 with 3 minutes left to go in the third. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe, guys.
Okay, Jared, very surprised by that Mount Vernon Bonham score. Not that Mount Vernon is leading, but 42-0. Wow, couldn't look for that. Bonham, very unpredictable.
Yeah.
17-7 here, Commerce leading. 1st and 10 for Howe after the injury from the 32-yard line. And they give it to Daniels, and Daniels is swarmed by Tiger tacklers. He will lose back to the 29-yard line.
Look, I think Daniels was mixed up on that one. He got repositioned 3 times by Haley back there. And finally he gets the handoff, and he didn't look like he particularly knew exactly what he was supposed to do.
Bulldogs behind the chains again at 2nd and 13. Ball between the hash marks as they move right to left. Haley rolling out to his left. Tremendous pressure. Running away from Henry Serrano. Now coming back to the far side, or actually going to the far side. Crosses the line of scrimmage. And that is Brody Ballman who brings him down the strong safety after he gets to the 37-yard line for a gain of about 8 yards. But that will leave him 3rd down and 5 at the 37-yard line. Clock is rolling with 6:38 left to go in the ball game. Neither team will have very many more possessions in this game. Commerce up 17-7. Ball on the far hash mark as the Bulldogs move to our left. 4-man front for Commerce. 2 in the slot, 2 wide to either side of the field. Daniels, the back to the right of the quarterback, and a pass downfield, and it is caught. And the gain is down to the 22-yard line of the Commerce Tigers, and that is Ryan Huff.
Wow.
Big gain there on that 3rd down play. First down, Howe at the Commerce 22-yard line. Austin Haley connecting with Ryan Huff. Tigers leading by 10. There's Kendrick Greer making a stop up the middle for Commerce. The Tiger linebacker stepping in there. Putting his face mask right in the number there. Single number of Bryce Crosby, who wears number 5.
How long was that pass completion?
I need to calculate that, Kevin.
Okay.
Didn't get a chance.
Well, we got a timeout now.
Thank you for reminding me.
Refs raising the roof.
42-yard gain on that pass play a moment ago. Beautifully thrown ball, by the way, from Haley.
49?
No, 42 yards.
42, I'm sorry.
It was from Haley to Ryan Huff. Huff coming into the game with 23 catches for 318 yards and 5 touchdowns.
I ask precisely because that was that would make 171 yards passing, unofficial stats for Austin Haley, which is precisely the number he needed to become the school's all-time passing leader.
Wow. He came into the game with 1,503 yards passing, 12 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions. I don't know how they keep those numbers. I don't know that we have all-time career numbers for Commerce High School. If we do, I'd sure like to see them. But and not many high schools that I know of do have that.
Yeah.
But the Howe Enterprise, by the way, the newspaper here does a terrific job of covering the news in general, but in particular sports. And they do a live radio broadcast, which is just first rate.
Yeah.
And that's part of it. They
and that the Howe Enterprise has been around for a long time, and I imagine, yes, that is part of it. We've probably done it, but there are some schools have stats going very far back, and some don't. So I would imagine Howe, and with a local newspaper that likes to do sports coverage, and if that's a tradition they built decades ago, then that probably is where it comes from.
Injury timeout here. It's Jamarian Lewis Brown for Commerce was down, but he's up now and jogging off the field on his own power. As coming out to see to him was trainer Amanda Heron. And I believe we will see him again. So this is 2nd down and 8. After that short gain by Crosby up the middle a moment ago from the Commerce 20-yard line. Austin Haley in the shotgun, takes the snap, rolls out, passing, has a man inside the 5, leaping and making the catch. And that is Cooper Jones, junior receiver who leaps and brings it down at the Commerce 2-yard line. 18-yard gain, 1st and goal for Howe. 5:20 to go in the ball game. 17-7, Commerce leading. 2-score game. But the Bulldogs could very quickly make that a 1-score game. 3 men wide to the near side, 1 to the far side. Carson Daniels, the running back to the right of Haley. They give it to Daniels. Daniels hit behind the line, but he breaks a couple of tackles and scores standing up. Great run there by Carson Daniels for the Howe Bulldogs. I thought the Tigers might have stopped him for a loss, but he ran over the first man and then bounced off the second man and never went down. He crosses the goal line for the Howe touchdown.
Yeah, he got hit, but just powered his way through.
It'll be his 4th touchdown of the season. And now the extra point here by Daniel Del Angel, who was good the first time. Here's the snap. Now this one is wide to the right.
Whoa.
That is significant because that leaves it a 4-point game with 4:53 to go. And a field goal would not tie. So Commerce going to get the ball back with just under 5 minutes left, leading 17-13. This is Tigers football on 88.9.
Programming on KTR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
With 11 minutes left in the third quarter at last check, Winsboro was leading Rains 35-19. Right now, it looks like Pottsboro is leading Mineola 35-7 with 12 minutes left to go before the end of regulation. Spring Hill leads Liberty Ilo 15-6 with 8 minutes left to go in the game. Whitewright is leading S&S Consolidated 14-0 with 6 minutes left in the game. And it looks like Mount Vernon now leading Bonham 49-0. That's 49-0. Mount Vernon over Bonham somewhere in the fourth quarter. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin and Howe, guys.
Okay, Jared, thanks very much. 68-yard drive and 6 plays for Howe. Big play was the 42-yard pass from Haley to Huff on 3rd down. 2-yard touchdown run by Carson Daniels. Here is the kickoff, again angled to the sideline. And Brody Bauman calls a fair catch for Commerce at the 38-yard line.
Commerce needs a long drive here. Doesn't even really have to have points.
Nope.
They just want to run that 4:53 off the clock. 2 timeouts left for both teams.
Really need a first down. If nothing else, a first down would be
big
tremendous. But especially if a first down that came after 3 plays.
Yeah.
Now you want to run the clock here as best you can. Tigers leading 17-13. 4:53 to go in the ball game. Again, we've got Deshaun Jackson here in the Wildcat. Delay of game Commerce. Oh, mercy. Wow. Oh, boy.
Well, they had just come out of the huddle. That one you got to put on the coaches.
Now, I don't know. Delay a game. So it's 1st and 15 from the 33. Again, now Deshaun Jackson, who had the 70-yard touchdown short time ago. He gives it to Ashton Seal, and here goes Ashton Seal. Seal across the 50, 40, 20, down the sideline. Ashton Seal, touchdown, Commerce Tigers. Oh, my gosh. 67-yard touchdown run by Ashton Seal. No flags.
I guess that's one way to make up for a delay of game penalty. Ashton Seal is real good at one and dones.
That's right. He is. He is a guy that can create some instant excitement and has done it many, many times.
So that was from the 33. Was 67
67-yard touchdown.
Wow. Very nice.
Yeah, we were looking at Deshaun Jackson, who handed off and gave it to Ashton Seal. And Seal going left, got to the second level, and then by the time he got to the 50, he had a full head of steam, and nobody was going to stop him. He went over to the far side, went outside the numbers, and scored standing up. Ashton Seal. So Commerce now has a 70-yard run here in the fourth quarter by Deshaun Jackson and a 67-yard run by Ashton Seal. And for Ashton Seal, that will be his 6th touchdown of the season. His 2nd rushing touchdown. He had a 63-yard run for a touchdown earlier in the season. Here is the kick by Emmanuel Castillo, and again, just perfect, right down the middle. 24-13 Commerce, but the Tigers have left 4:42 on the clock here, Kevin.
Yeah.
Can't have everything, can you?
No, I guess you can't have it all. So I'll take the touchdown, exactly. Yes.
Tigers football continues after this on 88.9.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
Some fourth quarter scores here. The scoreboard center, Celeste leads Honeygrove 28-14 in the fourth. Cooper leads Rivercrest 42-8 somewhere in the fourth. Right now, Maud leads Cumbie 41-8 with 2 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. And a final out of North Lamar. Pleasant Grove beats North Lamar 60-0. That's a final score out of North Lamar in Paris this evening. Back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe, guys.
Thanks, Jared. Here's the kickoff by Emmanuel Castillo, taken by Bryce Crosby at the 20-yard line. And a nice return here by Crosby across the 30. And gang tackled by 3 or 4 Commerce Tigers, including Emmanuel Castillo in on that tackle there, Kevin. Freshman kicker got down there, got a piece of that tackle.
You know the kicker likes to do it once in a while.
Carlos Aubrey also in on that stop for the Tigers. So Howe at the 35-yard line. 65 yards to go. And down by 11 points. 4.5 minutes to go in the ballgame. Austin Haley, junior quarterback, takes the snap about helmet high, passing over the middle, broken up by Ashton Seal for Commerce. Just had the 67-yard touchdown run moments ago. Ashton Seal, by the way, is a terrific basketball player. I mean, he is a lights-out shooter from three-point territory. What an athlete. Second team all-district football last year and a starter on the very good Commerce basketball team. 2nd and 10 from the 35-yard line. Haley rolling out to the left, throwing across his body, and it is complete to Cooper Jones. And he is wrestled down by Carlos Aubrey and Deshaun Jackson at the 37-yard line. So that's a short gain of only 2 yards. And did he stay in bounds? Yes, he did. Was not able to get out of bounds. And so the clock continues to roll. 4 minutes to go in the ballgame here. 3rd down and 8 for Howe at the 37-yard line in Howe territory. Haley in the shotgun, passing, dropping back, letting it go and incomplete, intended for Cooper Jones at the 45-yard line. Great job of coverage there by Brody Bauman and Tyshawn Edwards for Commerce. So 4th down and 8 for Howe. At the 37-yard line, and I doubt here that they will punt.
I mean, you got to think. I mean, this isn't necessarily the ball game, but really.
Now, 3:49, you're not going to get the ball maybe more than one more time.
And you're not going to get back unless they score a touchdown.
2-score game here. 4th down and 8. Haley moving around the pocket, throwing intended for Colin Murphy, but it is down around his ankles, incomplete. The Commerce Tigers will take over on downs.
Just under all kinds of pressure. He got a little panicked. He tried to get it to a receiver, threw it behind him, and the receiver wasn't looking for it. He had done a good job, actually, of getting open. It wasn't a first down, but he'd done a good job of getting open. But the Commerce done a good job getting pressure tonight.
Absolutely.
I mean,
and this is a pretty good, Howe has a good offense.
Yes. Oh,
so
yeah.
These are teams that have not won a lot of games combined between them this year, but they have scored a lot of points. And Kevin said during the break, this is what we were expecting.
Yeah.
What's happened in the 4th quarter here is what we really were expecting throughout the ballgame. That's true. So again, Deshaun Jackson here at the Wildcat position, and he's running left. He's got Isaiah Simon out in front of him, and he's not going to make the corner, as the Bulldogs do a good job of containing the play. And Deshaun Jackson, who had the 70-yard touchdown run not too long ago, only gets back to the line of scrimmage if that. In fact, he lost perhaps half a yard there.
Well, I'll tell you, Deshaun Jackson stayed in bounds on purpose, too.
Okay, good.
He probably could have dove forward and not lost any yards on that play, but he heads up football.
Howe has 2 timeouts left. 2nd down 11 for Commerce. At the 38-yard line, of course, the Tigers want to take all the time they can. 4 seconds, 3 seconds on the play clock. Darren Beal back in the ballgame at quarterback for Commerce.
Ooh.
And
moving
off the
pile.
left side, is that Isaiah Simon or is that Kendrick Greer for Commerce?
I think it's Simon.
Nice gain over the left side across the 35. Yeah, that was Isaiah Simon down to the 32-yard line. So that's a gain of 5 yards. And as Kevin said, moving the pile there, you had a big pile of white jerseys and black jerseys all moving together after the first contact was made. Tigers, again, using all the time they can here on the play clock. 22 seconds. I don't think they'll snap it for quite some time yet. 2:14 on the game clock. Commerce leading 24-13. And now with 10 seconds on the play clock, the Tigers get ready to snap it. They have Deshaun Jackson again at the Wildcat. He takes the snap. Up the middle he goes, and it opens up for him. And Deshaun Jackson to the 24-yard line for a first down. Flag coming in late. Maybe some frustration there on the part of the Bulldogs. We'll see what this call will be. But as Kevin already said, it should be a first down for the Tigers, although they have not moved the chains
It
yet.
could be holding penalty against Commerce, in which case it'd come back.
That came down very late, though, did that flag.
Dead ball foul.
Personal foul against Howe.
There you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what I expected.
Just kind of probably a late hit there. Didn't look too bad from here, but I'm not the one that has to get punched in the kidney, so it's easy to say.
I like Deshaun Jackson at the Wildcat, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Get it in his hands and let him make a play. This takes it down to the 12-yard line. Half the distance to the goal. First down for Commerce, 1:52, and the clock continues to roll here now that the ball has been set. 16 seconds on the play clock. Again, Deshaun Jackson at the Wildcat with a back to either side. He's going to go wide to the near side of the 10, of the 5. He's going to score standing up. Deshaun Jackson, his second touchdown of the 4th quarter and second touchdown of the game. The Tigers going to win this one tonight at Howe. 30-13 now, Commerce on top. Deshaun Jackson, Commerce Jr., 5'10", 158. And the extra point is good by Emmanuel Castillo. 31-13, the Tigers leading the Bulldogs with 1:32 to go in the ballgame. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
Final scores rolling into the scoreboard center. Cooper beats Rivercrest tonight 50-8. The final out of Cooper this evening. Mount Vernon Tigers beat the Bonham Warriors, a final 56-0 out of Mount Vernon this evening. Union Hill beat Savoy tonight 70-0 in six-man ball. And, of course, we've still got Sunnyvale leading Community 36-0 with 11 minutes left to go in regulation. And with just 2 minutes left, Maud leads Cumbie 41-8. I'm sorry, 41-8 is a final score out of Cumbie this evening. That score has gone final. Now back to John, Mark, and Kevin in Howe tonight, where Commerce Tigers lead 31-13.
Okay, Jared, thanks. Kickoff by Emmanuel Castillo. Lands at the 12-yard line. And the return there by Warmoon for Howe. He was upended, Kevin. I don't know who made that tackle, but he went head over heels there. And Howe will have the football at the 15-yard line. These are the best kickoffs by Emmanuel Castillo that we've seen tonight.
That Commerce doesn't usually try to kick it deep.
Right. This is the first time, you're right, that we've seen that he has really attempted to kick it deep. He's kicked it about to the 10-yard line every time. And he's looked extremely good on his extra points. Very accurate and a good height, depth to the 31-13. Commerce on top now. Haley, who's had a great game here tonight for Howe, rolling out, moving around the backfield, trying to find a receiver, and that's Colin Murphy, incomplete at the 25-yard line. It'll be second down and 10. Tigers at home next Friday night against Rains. Now that'll be an interesting ball game.
Yeah.
Rains, who are they playing? I know I've heard that score. I can't recall who they've been playing. I know they're behind. And here's a little wide out screen that goes to Caleb McNutt. McNutt moving from left to right to the center of the field, makes the catch, and looks like he'll have the first down at the 26-yard line.
Winsboro leads.
Jailbreak screen there to Caleb McNutt. I'm sorry, what was it again?
Winsboro leads Rains 35-19, somewhere in the fourth.
Okay. So Tigers have not played Winsboro yet, so it's hard to assess that. But Rains and Howe played a very close game last week with Rains winning 43-38. Here's a pass down the field for McNutt and broken up there very nicely by Dre Gatlin for Commerce at the 40-yard line on that first down play from the 26-yard line. Second down and 10 for Rains with 50 seconds left to go in the ball game for Howe, I should say. Second down and 10 for Howe. The Bulldogs already thinking about Rains next week.
And that one will be back at home, correct?
Right. That is a home game at Ernest Hawkins Field, Memorial Stadium. (31-13) Commerce leading. Empty backfield here with 5 wideouts. And again, Haley under terrific pressure, passing for Cooper Jones. And it's complete at the 40-yard line. Jones eludes the tackler and gets close to the 50-yard line before he's finally brought down by Carlos Aubrey of Commerce. So that is a 24-yard gain there. That second down and 10 play. 42 seconds remaining. And Howe takes a timeout. They have one timeout left. So we'll stay here for the time being. Of course, A&M Commerce Lions at home tomorrow afternoon against Western New Mexico. It's the homecoming game. And the kickoff at 4 p.m. And the game will be broadcast on KETR. Pre-game at 3:30 with Charlie Chitwood and Brock Calloway. Also, Lions soccer at home tomorrow at 11 a.m. against Angelo State, and the Lion volleyball team at home tomorrow. So you can make a complete homecoming day of sports for yourself at
I bet you
A&M
can pick up a
Commerce.
hamburger here or there, too,
Absolutely.
at the tailgate.
There you go. A&M Kingsville is the volleyball opponent at 1 p.m. in the Fieldhouse tomorrow. First down at the 50. 40 seconds left to go in the ball game. Haley throwing deep down the near side for Cooper Jones. Incomplete, but there's a flag down at the 30-yard line. Pass interference, Commerce.
Pass is incomplete. Cooper Jones, the intended receiver. Penalty flag thrown, 29-yard line.
So that'll give Commerce the ball, or give Howe the ball at the Commerce 35-yard line, or close to it. Precisely the 35-yard line. 35 seconds left to go in the ball game. Tigers leading 31-13. Ball between the hash marks as the Bulldogs move from right to left. Haley back to throw. Deep down the right side, intended for Ryan Huff. Inside the 10-yard line. Close coverage there by Tyshawn Harris, and incomplete. Harris step for step with Huff down the sideline there.
They got tripped up a little bit on those feet, got tangled up. They both go down just as the ball gets there.
This was a 10-7 ball game with the Tigers leading going to the fourth quarter.
Woo.
So 21 points in the fourth quarter for Commerce, and 6 for Howe. 2nd and 10 from the 35-yard line. 3 to the far side, 1 to the near side for the Bulldogs. And Haley passing for Huff again. To the far side at the sideline, but incomplete. Close coverage by Tyshawn Harris for Commerce. 3rd down and 10 at the Commerce 35-yard line. 28 seconds left to go in the ballgame. Howe still has the one timeout. Carlos Serrano leaving the game for Commerce. He's had a terrific night for the Tigers on defense. This is, I think, the best defensive performance for Commerce this year. Haley tried to set up a screen under pressure and throws it down into the turf, and he was getting the pressure there from Miles Boyd coming in from his position at defensive end. I think he came in for Carlos Serrano.
I just got to wonder why that's not intentional grounding, John Mark. Because it's late in the game?
He's still in the pocket, I guess. Or no, he was in the pocket, right?
Yeah,
so
he was in the pocket, and he didn't throw it to the line of scrimmage, and there was no receiver in the area.
I think you make a great point. 24 seconds left. Haley throwing down the near side for McNutt, and McNutt makes the catch inside the 10-yard line, and is tackled by Gray Gadlin for Commerce.
Timeout Bulldogs. The third and final timeout.
They'll spot the ball at the 6-yard line with 16 seconds left to go in the game, and Howe has taken its final timeout. 31-13. The Tigers going to win this football game, but the Bulldogs want to put one more score on the board before their homecoming night is over.
Hey, why not? Why not? And that was a good effort by McNutt on that play. Going there and reaching it was good coverage by Commerce once again.
Ball was underthrown just a little bit,
yeah.
but it turned out that it worked out pretty well for him on that play. How many yards passing now for Haley tonight?
191, and that was his 37th attempt.
Wow.
And he's 22 of 37, 191 yards, no touchdowns tonight.
So he will become the all-time leading passer here at Howe. First and goal from the 6-yard line. Snap to Haley. Backs up a couple of steps, throwing for McNutt in the corner of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Great catch there by Caleb McNutt for the Bulldogs. Guarded closely by Gray Gadlin for Commerce, but give him credit. And a great throw there by Haley. He threw it where only McNutt could catch it.
It's a beautiful fading catch by McNutt.
6-yard touchdown pass.
That was his drive. The big catch right before that, then a 6-yard touchdown pass.
That's right. That's right. So they will go for 2. 31-19. 12 seconds left. Haley passing over the middle, intended for Cooper Jones, incomplete. And the score will remain 31-19 with the kickoff yet to come. This is Commerce Tigers football. Hold on, do we have a penalty? Pass interference against Commerce. Okay, so we'll stay here as we'll have another 2-point conversion play coming up here. Pass interference call against the Tigers. So half the distance to the goal. And from the 1.5, they might think about keeping the ball on the ground here with Carson Daniels or the quarterback Austin Haley. 3 to the far side, 3 wide to the far side, 1 to the near side. Man in motion from right to left. Fake the handoff to the man in motion. Haley rolling out, throwing, and wide open is Ryan Huff over on the far side. So they get the 2-point conversion after all.
There was a penalty again on Commerce, but it's going to be declined.
Bulldogs get the 2-point conversion.
Against the Bulldogs.
And with 12 seconds left to go in the ball game, it will be 31-21. Well, Kevin, what? They're running it again. So this was a penalty against Howe. And we thought that was against Commerce, but it turns out it was against Howe. So they're going to go from the 6-yard line. And again, they get it, and again it goes to Huff. Haley rolling out to his right and passing to Huff, wide open, almost exactly the same result there from the 6-yard line. So 31-21 now, a little confusion there on that 2-point conversion play. We've ran it 3 times.
Oh, wait, no, that play was worth 43 points.
They put up 41 on the board, right?
And then 65. That was like bam, bam.
For a moment there, it said 41-31. Howe had a little wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's one heck of a hometown advantage, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, you do all right with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But no, it's 31-21. A 10-point lead for Commerce now with 12 seconds left. So they get the 2-point conversion from Haley to Huff. And it's 31-21. The Tigers on top with the kickoff yet to come. And
you'd think onside kick, right?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they're kind of indicating that. But it's a little bit pointless at this stage, but we shall see. Tigers all up close to the 50, and it is an onside kick. And Howe gets the ball. Caleb Warmund recovers for Howe.
Onside kick.
At the Commerce 48-yard line. Now, is there some discussion about this as the officials are gathered around? And Bill Jailing,
Did it touch a Tiger? I kind of missed that. There was a penalty on.
Bill Jailing, the head coach of the Bulldogs out there on the field, seems to be agitated a bit.
The ref did make a signal. He just
looked like Caleb Warmund had pretty clearly recovered the onside kick, but it's coming back. And they're penalized 5 yards. I presume this is an offside. I have not seen a signal here from our referee, Kerry Moore.
He made a signal way down there on the other side of the field, unless he makes one now. But he made it real quick. I have no idea. Which is not a strange feeling for me, oddly enough.
Now, it looks like here that the defense for Howe is coming out, and they're spotting the ball at the 39-yard line.
All right. Well,
so we'll have to have some explanation of this after the game.
Commerce gets to kneel
during
on it
the
right
week.
there.
So Commerce, for whatever reason, is getting the ball here at the Howe 39-yard line, which you would imagine, if anything, it would be at the 35. And Darren Beal takes the snap, puts his knee down, and that will be it. So very odd ending to this game here. Some confusion both on the two-point conversion by Howe a few moments ago and on the kickoff.
That's the ball game.
As the clock runs out, the Commerce Tigers are 31-21 winners over the Howe Bulldogs here tonight. This is Commerce Tigers football on 88.9.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
We explore with sound and style, allowing science to fuse with culture, information to sound like music. I'm Robert Krulwich. Join me and my co-host, Jad Abumrad, for an experimental investigation every week that explores themes and ideas through a patchwork of people, sounds, and stories. That's Radiolab, Saturday afternoon at 1 on 88.9 KETR.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click Donate.
I am a veteran. I lost both legs in Vietnam.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My victory was getting my benefits and a good education.
DAV helps veterans of every generation get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran. I didn't want to admit it, but I had PTSD.
So veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory was finding help and learning that I wasn't alone.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
For 50 years, listeners like you have made everything you hear from NPR possible. Support us now and for the next 50 years by giving to this station. Here's how.
Just point a browser to ketr.org and then click the Donate button at the top of the page. And thanks.
One more time from Howe. The Commerce Tigers are 31-21 winners here over the Howe Bulldogs tonight. A wild fourth quarter. And I think I said a while ago, Kevin, it was 10-7 Commerce going to the fourth quarter. No, that's wrong. It was 7-3 Howe going to the fourth quarter. And ends up 31-21. So 24 points for Commerce in the fourth quarter. And 18 points for Howe in the fourth quarter. And as Kevin said, at one point, that's kind of what we were expecting all night. And finally, in the fourth quarter, we got more or less what we were expecting. And I wonder if both defenses just got tired.
Well, that's got to be part
quarter.
of it, yeah. It's got to be.
Kevin also had a pretty good explanation during the break of that, what happened with the kickoff, not that it makes that much difference. What was it?
Is that if there were some type of holding or block in the back on after the kick, then likely during the kick, before it was fielded, then that penalty would be assessed and the receiving team would get the ball and the penalty would be assessed because that's what happened. Commerce got the ball and a penalty was assessed, and that's an odd situation.
Right. But the weird thing was that the line of scrimmage was the 39-yard line, which is an uneven.
Yes. So it would have had to be blocking the back from a spot
of the foul.
Field.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And so those things bother me. I want to know exactly what happened. And that makes sense. So that likely is what happened there. All right, so we'll recap this game, and most of it, at least the scoring, happened in the fourth quarter. Tigers got a 27-yard field goal by Emmanuel Castillo to take the lead 3-0 with 3:23 left to go in the first quarter. Then Howe gets the interception by Wesley Inga that gives them the ball at the 45-yard line in their own territory, and they go 55 yards in 3 plays, 16-yard run by the quarterback Austin Haley. The extra point good to give them a 7-3 lead with 7:13 left to go in the second quarter, and that is where we were going to the fourth quarter. No more scoring the rest of the second quarter, no scoring in the third quarter. So it was a 7-3 Howe lead going to the fourth quarter. Tigers then mounted a 58-yard, 6-play drive. They had the 31-yard screen pass to Isaiah Simon, and that was one of the big plays of the game.
Yes, absolutely.
That got them down to the, the 17-yard line. ultimately
gave them momentum, too.
Gave them some momentum, got things going. And then Isaiah Simon ultimately scores on the 1-yard run. Emmanuel Castillo, the kick to make it 10-7 Commerce with 11:21 left to go in the ball game. So that was almost the very beginning of the fourth quarter. Then the Tigers come back, forcing Howe to punt. And they get the 70-yard touchdown run by Deshaun Jackson from the Wildcat. Castillo again the kick. Commerce leading 17-7 with 7:41 to go in the fourth quarter. Howe comes back. And they go on a 68-yard drive in 6 plays. They get the 2-yard run by Carson Daniels, and there was a 42-yard pass to Ryan Huff that was the big play on that drive. The kick was no good, and so Commerce still led 17-13 with 4:53 left to go in the ball game. Then the Tigers come back. They get a 67-yard run for a touchdown by Ashton Seal. Castillo the kick, 24-13 Commerce. With 4:42 left to go in the game. Howe gives it up on downs. Tigers get it at the Commerce 37-yard line. Oh, that was the Howe 37-yard line. Then they move on down to the 12-yard line on a personal foul penalty, and Deshaun Jackson gets the 12-yard run for a touchdown. Again, out of the Wildcat, direct snap to Deshaun Jackson. Castillo the kick, and Commerce led it 31-13 with 1:32 to go in the game. Howe comes back, moves down the field. That was an 85-yard drive, by the way, that last drive by Howe. They get the touchdown, a beautiful throw and catch from Austin Haley to Caleb McNutt in the corner of the end zone. And then they get the 2-point conversion on the third try on a pass from Haley to Ryan Huff to make the final score 31-21. The Tigers winning their second game of the season here tonight against the Howe Bulldogs. So, fun game, but very odd.
It was nothing like what we expected until towards the end of the game, and even then, Howe didn't give me near as many big plays as I expected, and I was looking forward to seeing them play big tonight. And looking here at some of the players milling around the field, they wanted this win on homecoming tonight. They're feeling it. They felt one that was in their grasp here tonight, and they lost it. And I think they had another, like a pickup game that they got after a game was canceled due to COVID in the second or third week. They picked it up against a small school, basically a scrimmage, and they wound up losing that game. And it was kind of a wake-up call. It's like even they walked into and couldn't do it. They were up 20, wound up losing 20-27, something like that.
Was that the Weatherford Christian game that you're referring to?
Yes, the Weatherford Christian game. And so Howe was actually the big school, which never happens. They are the smallest school in the district and have been and almost always are. They're just barely 3A. And so they're feeling this one tonight. However, they have something to go put some skins on the wall. Austin Haley becomes the school's all-time leading passer. He needed 171 yards tonight. He gets 191, 38 attempts. And he had, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 completions. And he winds up getting a touchdown there at the end as well. Cooper Jones had 6 receptions for 76 yards. Lopez had 68 yards on 7 receptions. And McNutt there at the end, 44 yards and a touchdown. His drive was the good one. And the biggest play on the night, biggest reception, was a 42-yarder by Ryan Huff. He winds up with 4 catches for 59 yards. Daniels, they tried so hard to run tonight. They get a touchdown, but 19 carries, 32 yards for Daniels, their running back. Haley had 45 yards, and he had one 34-yard run. And that was on 11 carries, so that wasn't much. Now, Commerce was looking bad as you went over going into the fourth quarter. It was just kind of not a lot had happened. But Deshaun Jackson ends up with 118 yards and 2 touchdowns on 10 carries. Ashton Seal, 81 yards and a touchdown on 3 carries. Isaiah Simon had just 8 carries tonight, but he had a touchdown, 25 yards. And Beal was 2 of 9 passing for an interception. And I think Bauman also had an interception, or Beal had 2 interceptions. But I believe Bauman threw that second one that ended.
That's right.
And he was 1 of 2 for an interception passing. So the passing game not real good tonight for Commerce, but they managed to get it done late. Their defense played well, did well to stop Howe's offense.
Yeah, and again, Howe has put some points on the board here, so I think the Tigers did a good job on defense here tonight against a pretty good offense.
Yeah.
Scored 38 points against Raines last week, 24 against Sanger, 21 against Callisburg, and so on. So maybe that Tiger defense starting to come along here as we advance through the season. So always good to win one, and Tigers badly needed this tonight. They are now 2-5.
Yeah,
for
and
the season.
Howe is now winless, and it'll be their 19th loss in a row.
Yeah.
That's a tough. They hadn't won since beating Lone Oak in 2019.
But they are getting better because Commerce.
They are, and Haley still has another year.
Yeah, Commerce won this game last year 49 to
yeah,
nothing?
49 to nothing.
So, they're much, much more competitive this year. So Howe will go to Commerce, by the way, 1-3 in district play. Howe now 0-7, and they will be 0-4 in the district. And I've misplaced some of my notes here. Our final score, again, 31-21, the Commerce Tigers winning over the Howe Bulldogs tonight. Next week, the Tigers return to A&M Commerce Memorial Stadium and Ernest Hawkins Field for a game against the Raines Wildcats. Kickoff will be at 7:30, and we'll be on the air shortly after 7. And tomorrow, it's homecoming at A&M Commerce as the Lions host Western New Mexico and a Lone Star Conference game at 4 p.m., and it'll be broadcast, of course, on KETR starting at 3:30. So thanks to our producer, Jared Knight, and our co-producer, Ryan Fulkerson. The big Friday night scoreboard with Jared and Ryan will continue now on KETR. So for Kevin Jeffries, this is John Mark Dempsey. Thanks for listening and viewing Commerce Tigers football.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, it's important to take steps to help stop the spread. Follow 5 tips to help protect yourself and others. 1. Wear a mask. 2. Practice social distancing. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. 3. Wash hands with soap and water. 4. If you have symptoms, stay home. 5. Get vaccinated as soon as you can. Together, we can help stop the spread.
Next time on APM Symphony Cast, 2 well-known cello concertos that Gautier Capuçon never gets tired of playing. He says each time he discovers something new. Gautier Capuçon joins the Geneva Chamber Orchestra for Haydn's C Major Cello Concerto and the Cello Concerto No. 1 by Camille Saint-Saëns. I'm Julia Macher. That's next time on APM Symphony Cast.
Sunday night at 7 on 88.9 KETR.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Lenore with your health tip of the day from the African American Wellness Project. While coronavirus infections could go down over the next few months, we're still headed into flu season. And millions of Americans will be affected by the flu. But the good news is that we do have a safe and effective vaccine. But sadly, too many people go unvaccinated, especially African Americans. For more about flu vaccine, talk to your doctor or visit aawellnessproject.org.
Hi, it's Maria Hinojosa from Latino USA. We all love great stories, and great stories are what we pride ourselves in delivering to you each week. Stories from the heart, stories that make you think, help inspire you, and maybe even get you a little angry. So if you haven't tuned in lately, I invite you to stop by. Thanks for listening.
Sunday at 5 p.m. on KETR.
Big Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. I'm Ryan Fulkerson, and Jared Knight will be joining me shortly in the studio. I'm sure he's taking care of some manner of technical difficulty or something of the like. Of course, the big news of the night, the Commerce Tigers pull out the win over the Howe Bulldogs. The final score in Howe tonight, 31-21. Most of that action happening in the final minutes of play. But that's not the only game that's already gone final on the big Friday night scoreboard program tonight. We do have plenty of other games that we've been keeping our eyes on and plenty of information to share. Starting off at the top of the list, it's the Fruitvale Bobcats. They were at home tonight defending against the Campbell Indians, and they did so successfully with a final score of Fruitvale 35, Campbell 18. The Union Hill Bulldogs over the Savoy Cardinals 70-0 tonight in some six-man ball. We have the Trenton Tigers. They were at home tonight facing the Tom Bean Tomcats. The final score in that game was Tom Bean 6, Trenton 55. The James Bowie Pirates, they took it out to the Bowles Hornets tonight, or tried to. Bowles managed to defend home. 44-20 was the final score in that one. The Wolf City Wolves and the Como-Picton Eagles finally broke the goose egg matchup that they had at the halftime. Wolf City took the victory out of that one, 18-13. The Forney Jackrabbits, they traveled to Greenville tonight and held Greenville to no points. The final score in that one, Jackrabbits 35, Lions 0. Royce City, the Bulldogs defended home against the North Forney Falcons tonight. The final score in that one, 55-13. Royce City on top in that matchup. The Paris Wildcats and the Terrell Tigers have gone final. The final score, Paris 28, Terrell 7. The North Lamar Panthers were at home tonight, facing off against the Pleasant Grove Hawks. The final score in that one, Pleasant Grove 60, North Lamar nothing. Ouch.
Hey, I wanted to, can I insert really fast here
Go
that
ahead.
there's something of a nail biter going on in Corsicana tonight, where Sulphur Springs and Corsicana are just basically trading licks back and forth. Now with a minute left to go in the game, it's 35 all Sulphur Springs Corsicana. This has been score for score back and forth most of the evening. Every time the Wildcats score, then the Tigers score, and the Wildcats score and the Tigers score. And right now we got 1 minute left in regulation. It's 35 all. I could see this one going to overtime, and we'll keep our finger on the pulse of that one as we go through the evening, right?
Well, there you go. An interesting nail-biting game going on out in Corsicana.
Barn burner, as they say.
A barn burner,
Yeah.
as it were, on a football Friday night here in Northeast Texas. 35-35 with 1 minute remaining in the fourth quarter in that one. Some more finals that we can talk about, though. The Sunnyvale Raiders over the Community Braves. Sunnyvale took that one 36-0. The Quinlan Ford Panthers over the Wills Point Tigers 62-0. Man, some of these scores are a little out of hand tonight. You know, we were talking at halftime about how things seem to be pretty tame this week, and I think we were justifiably proven wrong.
Yeah, we spoke a little too soon there.
That seems so. The Mount Vernon Tigers, number 6 ranked Mount Vernon Tigers, they held Bonham's Purple Warriors to a big old goose egg tonight. The score was Mount Vernon 56, Bonham nothing. The Liberty Ilo Leopards, they traveled to face the Spring Hill Panthers tonight and pulled out a victory of 21-15. The Pottsboro Cardinals held off the Mineola Yellow Jackets 42-14 in that 5-3A Division I matchup. The Bells Panthers over the Lone Oak Buffaloes tonight, 57-14 was the final score in that one. The Leonard Tigers beat the Blue Ridge Tigers 39-0. The White-Wright Tigers over the S&S Consolidated Rams 14-0. The Cooper Bulldogs over the Rivercrest Rebels 50-8. The Honey Grove Warriors traveled out to face the Celeste Blue Devils, and they're headed home with a frown tonight. Celeste takes it 34-14. And finally, Maud, the Cardinals over the Cumbie Trojans. Final score in that one, Maud 41, Cumbie 8. And those are all the finals that we have. We are looking at 3 more games that are still in action tonight. Those games being the Winsboro Raiders at the Rains Wildcats, where the score...
Sorry to interrupt. Winsboro goes final 48-26 over Rains. Winsboro beats Rains tonight 48-26, the final score.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Heard it here first. Hot off the presses. The Winsboro Raiders take care of the Rains Wildcats 48-26. The only 2 games remaining on the scoreboard then are the Caddo Mills Foxes at the Farmersville Farmers, where Caddo Mills has a 50-24 lead, and of course the barn burner out in Corsicana. Update.
Boom.
An overtime barn burner, I should say, out in Corsicana tonight, where the score is 35-35 going into the first overtime, considering there could be more. And if anybody is out at that game, I'm sure that you have something to talk about, so you can reach the station in any manner in multiple manners anyway of communication. You can call us at 800-882-5387. You can tweet us at KETR Sports. You could go on the Facebook stream where we're still streaming live, though our viewership may have dropped.
Yeah, something happened there. We had a lot of folks, and all of a sudden we had no folks. What happens? We put our pretty faces on the screen, and all of a sudden, all the online viewers just kind of they take.
Yeah, it's that face for radio.
We should learn. We should learn our lesson, but we don't.
We still try every week. Anyways, you can comment on that Facebook stream, or you can text us 903-751-5145. Once again, that's 800-882-5387 to call, and 903-751-5145 to text. Let us know what's going on at any games that you might be at tonight, but specifically out in Corsicana. If anybody out there can hear us, we would love to know what's happening there in this overtime barn burner. Anything you'd like to add, Jared?
No, I'm still watching this Cattle Mills and Farmersville game. The Farmers are typically quite a team, but Cattle Mills Foxes kind of have the Farmers cornered there 50-24 with a minute left in regulation. We're going to keep our eye on that one. Final scores rolling into the scoreboard center all night long. We're glad they did. Everything kind of wrapped up. This time we didn't catch the latest game carrying the Commerce Tigers on the radio here in Northeast Texas. Hey, if you've got something you want to pass along, if you were at a game tonight, you want to be a part of the drive home for you and probably thousands of folks here in Northeast Texas, so go ahead and give us a call, 800-882-KETR. That's 800-882-5387. As we say, 800 Tub Jets. You can be a part of the program here on the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. You can also text the studio, 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. If you'd like to make a text, you can also send video. We had some video. In fact, if you're watching the stream, I'm going to go ahead right now and roll a little bit of the band from Wolf City this evening. That's what happened there. Maybe some audio will accompany that there on the stream, and so you can kind of see what was going on. Wolf City's band took the field this evening, and so that's what was going on out there. Anyhow, this is the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program, and I think we could probably take a break as we wait for these couple more finals to roll in here to the scoreboard program, and we encourage you to call in and or otherwise text us and send us information. Let us know what's going on wherever you were this week. By the way, this footage rolling from Wolf City tonight, where Como Picton and Wolf City matched up, and they were knotted at 0 through halftime, if you recall, Brian. But what ended up happening was the Wolf City Wolves beat Como Picton Eagles tonight, 18-13. They defended home against the Eagles of Como Picton. Pardon me. I wish I had a cough, but I had pressed it.
The Wolf City Wolves, the score in that one, as Jared was saying, as he's launching into a coughing fit. I'm sure it's not COVID.
No, what happened was I got excited because I wanted to tell you, as if you're watching along at home and seeing those images, one of the things worth noting about the Wolf City High School band was that it was not in existence for a long time there. Where there was a long stretch from about 2000, I want to say 2004, maybe 2003, 2004, all the way up until just a few, I think this year, that the Wolf City band was sort of Wolf City varsity band, high school band, Proud Pack band, was sort of defunct. And so the fact that not only they have kids that are willing to pick up those horns and march around with them and blow into them, but also to do that on the field in front of folks on a football Friday night is something noteworthy there in the big town of Wolf City, Texas. And so anyhow, happy to have that imagery passed along to us by folks in the field this evening. Like I said, a cast of thousands that make this program happen. If you'd like to share pictures, video, anything else you want us to pass along to the audience, you can do that by texting us 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. And we'd be happy to have that information here at the Scoreboard Center. As we continue to wait for final scores, maybe, Ryan, we take a quick break and we'll come back and run down scores again and maybe pass along some interesting info as we get it here in the Scoreboard Center.
That sounds like a great idea to me. Right now on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce in the KETR Sports Center, a supremely comfortable 59 degrees and 9-mile-per-hour breezes. Lows getting down to around 46 degrees tonight. Can you believe it, folks? Fall is here, and it's your station, 88.9 KETR. We'll be back after this.
Programming on KETR is made possible by listeners like you and by Cypress Bank. Managers Eddie Smith and Robin Alexander are available to assist with deposit and credit needs at the Commerce branch. Other branch locations include Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com, member FDIC, and an equal housing lender.
10 presidents, 3 generations. A lot can happen in 50 years. NPR has been there for it all. You can ensure public radio is around for the next 50 years by donating to this station. Here's how.
Just visit ketr.org and click Donate at the top of the page.
Imagine a secret hoard of hidden gold, a curious coded map where X marks the spot, and villains racing at you on every step so they can snatch up the buried treasure first. On the next Snap Judgment, the King's Ransom. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Tomorrow afternoon at 3 on 88.9 KETR.
NPR is powered by local stations across the country, and this station is powered by you. Public radio would not exist without your support. Thank you for 50 years of NPR and counting.
Support NPR and KETR when you visit ketr.org and click Donate.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program right here on your station, 88.9 KETR. And we have some hot off-the-presses updates here for you out of Corsicana, where that was an overtime game. I got to make sure we note that, denote perhaps even in our scoreboard here. But the final score happened to be Corsicana 42, Sulphur Springs 35. Corsicana with the final blow in that one. And they get the home victory. Sulphur Springs Wildcats, they leave with heads held low tonight. Or maybe heads held averagely high. They did put up a pretty good fight. But one game that we're still looking for tonight is the Caddo Mills Foxes at the Farmersville Farmers. Caddo Mills was ahead 50-24 at last check. And that was with 1 minute remaining. In the fourth quarter. So if anybody knows anything out of Farmersville tonight, you can call that in 800-882-5387. You can text it at 903-751-5145. You can tweet it at KETR Sports. You can comment it on Facebook at KETR Radio. There's all kinds of ways you can get in touch with us if you want to contact us and let us know about the Farmersville Farmers and the Caddo Mills Foxes. And if you feel like supporting sports programming on your station, 88.9 KETR, and much other programming across the airwaves here in Northeast Texas, you can go online to ketr.org and click that big red donate button. It's up there, and it's easily accessible for anybody that feels like supporting the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program or any other programming that you find yourself fancying here on 88.9 KETR.
Well, what do you need me for, man?
I know. See, I might be a professional at this or something, right?
Well, good here. What is it? Good night, nurse. That's all it. That's what we need. Hey, finals. Did you mention that already?
I did mention the brand new final here.
Yeah, we had the brand new final. Sulphur Springs takes the loss on the road. Now we still just have to deal with Caddo Mills at Farmersville. That had 2 minutes remaining in regulation a few minutes ago. And honestly, I'm sure it's gone final. It's just a matter of somebody checking that and then passing it along to us here at the Scoreboard Center so that we can share that with you. 903-751-5145. That's the text number. So just let me know. It went final. Okay, fine. I'll take it. If you happen to be at the Farmersville game, the Caddo Mills game, if you're a Caddo Mills fan, you're listening along here on the big Friday night scoreboard program, and you want to contribute, we could use the help. Meantime, here are some finals from tonight. Commerce beats Howe 31-21. They go 2-5 now on the season. Howe moves on to 0-7 for the season. Let's see. Fruitvale beats Campbell tonight, 35-18, the final out of Fruitvale this evening. The Bobcats over the Indians. Union Hill Bulldogs beat the Cardinals of Savoy 70-0. Trenton beats Tom Bean tonight, 55-6. The Tigers over the Tomcats. The Hornets of Bowles beat the James Bowie Pirates tonight, 44-20. A final score out of Quinlan this evening. Let's see. Wolf City beats Como-Picton, as we mentioned, at home tonight. Wolf City wins 18-13 over Como-Picton. The Jackrabbits of Forney beat the Greenville Lions tonight 35-0. They held them scoreless throughout the evening, those Jackrabbits did. 35-0. Forney over Greenville this evening. Royce City Bulldogs beat the North Forney Falcons tonight 55-13. The Paris Wildcats beat the Tigers of Terrell tonight 28-7. Corsicana, the Tigers beat the Sulphur Springs Wildcats in an overtime this evening. That one was an exciting game no matter which side of the field you sat on this evening in Corsicana. But I tell you, the Corsicana folks going home happier this evening than the Wildcats have to make that trudge all the way back to Sulphur Springs. Not a trudge to Sulphur Springs when you're coming off a win, but things are a little different when you had to take an L. Anyway, Corsicana wins that one 42. I'm going to just make up the scores now, if that's all right. 42-35, Corsicana over Sulphur Springs this evening. The Pleasant Grove Hawks beat the North Lamar Panthers tonight. It was 60-0, a final score. They're just north of downtown Paris, or just outside the Loop, north side of Paris this evening. Let's see. Winsboro beats Rains tonight. The Raiders over the Wildcats 48-26, the final. We play Rains next week. Is that right? Commerce Tigers take on Rains.
I will
next week, 1 week from today, at Ernest Hawkins Field at Memorial Stadium on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce. So we'll have the call of that game. John Mark Dempsey and Kevin Jeffries will be on the air here on a Football Friday night 1 week from tonight with Rains at Commerce.
That is correct.
Yeah, right. I got it right. I got one right.
That is correct.
Oh, man. Scores.
It's the $1 million question.
All right. Sunnyvale beat Community tonight 36-0. The Raiders over the Braves. The Panthers of Quinlan Ford took it to the Wills Point Tigers tonight. Well, they defended home anyway. It was 62-0 Ford over Wills Point this evening. Number 6 Mount Vernon Tigers beat the Bonham Purple Warriors tonight. The final score is 56-0. Mount Vernon over Bonham. The Leopards of Liberty Ilo beat the Spring Hill Panthers tonight 21-15. I want to say that if I remember the scoring, and somebody can call and correct me if I'm wrong at 800-882-5387. But I want to say that Spring Hill was leading that game for a while. And then Liberty Ilo started to come back and then just kept on coming back, and then they won. I think that's what happened at that game. I want to say I've been keeping up with these scores all night, but they kind of run together when you're covering 25 football games across all these. Also in 538, let's see, we got Pottsboro and Mineola tonight. Pottsboro wins 42-14 over the Mineola Yellow Jackets. The Cardinals take yet another win on this season and I guess continue their march. We'll make sure and bring you the very latest to let you know how Commerce fares in their own district. Let's see. Bells beats Lone Oak tonight. The Panthers over the Buffaloes. Bells wins 57-14 over the Buffaloes of Lone Oak tonight in Bells. Leonard defends home against Blue Ridge. The Tigers came to the Tigers to see if they could beat the Tigers, but you know who won? Not the Tigers, but the Tigers. Leonard wins 39-0 over Blue Ridge. The Tigers of Whitewright on the road. They defended home against S&S Consolidated Rams tonight. The Rams walk away scoreless. It was 14-0. Whitewright over S&S. What do you got?
I have the final of the night.
Fine.
That's the Caddo Mills Foxes 50, the Farmersville Farmers 24 final.
They went ahead and just ran that final. I figured they would go final with that score.
It seemed
likely. You think about Foxes versus Farmers, and if the Foxes are going to win, it's going to be the same score. So 50-24, the final. Caddo Mills beats Farmersville this evening. Rolling along, Cooper, the Bulldogs, defend at home against the Rivercrest Rebels. Cooper wins 50-8. 50-8 over Rivercrest. Celeste beats Honeygrove tonight, 34-14. The Blue Devils win over the Warriors, and the Cardinals of Maud beat the Cumbie Trojans tonight, 41-8. That was just right down the road at Cumbie, not too far from here. You could throw a rock. In fact, the folks in Cumbie could probably the Cardinals and the Trojans met up in Cumbie could probably smell the smoke from the homecoming bonfire on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce, which took place this evening.
It's true.
And so that, I don't remember what time that was going to be, and that's because
9 p.m.
I'm sort of a bad alumnus, if you think of it. I can't. But that was a 9 o'clock fire tonight?
It was a 9 p.m. fire tonight.
How do you know about the fire at 9 p.m.? You were here. I've had my eyes on you this whole time.
I desperately did want to be there. However, a football Friday night takes precedence over those sort of things around here.
Well, you do. Have you gone to that before? Have you been to that?
Not as an official student, actually, no.
I also have not, and I was also a student. I don't remember ever going to and it's not because I don't think it's a good thing to go to or that people don't go to it. I think a lot of people go to it. I think in the same or a similar boat as you, I have always been working.
Yeah.
If there's one time for folks like us to be working, it's on a fall Friday night.
Yeah.
And that's probably what happened. I can't recall ever being there for that either. I saw the big pile of sticks this morning this afternoon whenever I came in. I saw all the sticks stacked. The stack
of sticks.
The stick stack was out there. They had them all leaned up against the big pole, the big stick stack.
Yeah.
And suppose they stuck the stick stack with a match and lit it up this evening. And we missed it because we were here. We were on the radio instead of at the fire. So we don't know. But again, I suspect that the Maud fans and the Cumbie fans probably could smell the smoke, depending on which way the wind was blowing this evening. It's 10:43 on a football Friday night. The finals have all rolled in. We've been scrolling them across the top of the screen if you've been watching broadcast our streamcast, broad TV, at facebook.com/KETR radio. You've also been on the video at YouTube. You think, well, what do I see on YouTube now? YouTube TV, I see all kinds of programming, start to finish. I see, the biggest names in programming out there. I see on YouTube, and now also you can add to that the big Friday night scoreboard program right here with Ryan Fulkerson and Jared Knight right here from 88.9 KETR. So that's exciting. That we're up there, so that you may or may not be watching TGIF. Do they still do that? Thank God it's Friday. The old programming block from the American Broadcasting Company.
I am not certain.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you? You missed TGIF. You don't know enough about.
I know it as the restaurant.
Family Matters and no. And
I've seen the shows. I'm sure I've seen Family Matters.
Yeah,
but,
Steve Urkel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what
was the other one?
That?
The one that had Patrick Duffy. I can't remember, and Suzanne Summers. That was another show that went, and now I can't think of it. They had now people are going to call about that. They're going to say, you know what? Stick to football. If you can't think of early '90s television programming, then you need to stick to high school football. Did you just look it up? TGIF programming.
That's what I'm doing currently.
If you just looked up a sitcom with Patrick Duffy and Suzanne Summers, now you're doing it. He's doing it. You can hear. I can hear you typing.
Aggressively typing.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Step by step.
Step by step. That's Kevin. Just reminded me too. He just got it in there. He squeaked in a hair one hair shy of your Google skills. Kevin was able to slip in there.
How am I supposed to keep my job around here when Kevin's just
when
such
Kevin
a
can
litany
send a text that's almost as fast as you being able to look it up on the Google machine. There were other shows. I remember it was like a four show block. I want to say Full House was part of that for a while, but I can't remember. There's a lot of shows. It's impossible for you to remember this, Ryan, because of how memories work and how you have to have lived through them in order to have formed them. But TGIF was a programming block on Friday nights, and it was a big time for people to watch television. And while I think most of, it's 2021, and people kind of move away from those big Full House, and Boy Meets World, Kevin was already on it. And Boy Meets World was absolutely there. Yeah, with the younger Savage brother and Danielle Fishel was Topanga. I remember that. So the point is only that. And Mr. Feeney, who I believe is the actor's still kicking, and he'll do a cameo if you want to. Have you seen the cameo? If you don't care anything about 90s television, and you don't care anything about people who got famous on the internet, then you may not know about Cameo. But Cameo is a place for people who starred in 90s television, and also people who are only famous in very specific corners of the internet. I say that it is more than that. Who you can go and pay them a couple bucks here and there, and then they'll do like a selfie phone message for you.
Oh, I have seen those.
And so you can say like happy birthday, you could do whatever. I have even partaken myself. I'll tell you about it off the air. But I even dialed up somebody who was somebody that we used to watch when we were kids on TV and say, hey, could you do this? It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to get your 90s TV heroes on.
The power of the internet.
The internet that didn't even exist back whenever they were at the height of their programming's, the height of their program's popularity, I'll say. I guess my point was only that on Friday nights back then, it was a big deal to gather around the television and watch. You say, well, people kind of got away from that because there's so many different things out there to watch with your eyes and to listen to with your ears. And so there are other things that people are interested in. Some people are gaming, and they're doing all kinds of other things on a Friday night now that don't really involve, gathering as a family around the television to watch. I think, Ryan, what we're doing here with the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program as part of the Commerce Tigers football stream could be arcing that back toward people gathering around their video boxes on a Friday night. People would gather around to watch you tell them the scores from the games throughout Northeast Texas. I think we could be creating a monumental, a tectonic shift in the way that people spend their times to start their weekends whenever they're, deciding what to do on a Friday night. You know what? Move over Boy Meets World and Step by Step and Family Matters and Full House. Make way for Ryan Fulkerson and the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, we can call me. That's all I got to say. ABC.
No. We're doing it here. We're doing it anyway. We're jumping the line.
The chain of command doesn't matter here.
We're going straight to the audience with this program right here, and you can do it right now with your video boxes. Those final scores, like I said, we've been scrolling across the screen. You've been able to watch all night at KETR.org at Facebook.com/KETR Radio. You can also pay attention via YouTube when you search for 88.9 KETR. You can find us there as well. And, of course, you've been able to text 903-751-5145. That's 903-751-5145. Everything on the big board, all 25 games that we were following have gone final. I lied. There's 24 games. I wanted to mention that the one game, it was Rockwall and Skyline. Skyline is at number 14, Rockwall Yellow Jackets. That one is actually being played at Wilkerson Sanders tomorrow at 1 p.m. So if you are in the mood for some high school football on Saturday at 1 p.m., you may even have time to watch that game before making your way over to Commerce to watch the A&M Commerce Lions play host to Western New Mexico for homecoming, which is tomorrow afternoon. Kickoff is going to be at 4 p.m. At 3:30, Brock Calloway and Charlie Chitwood will take to the airwaves with the pregame coverage. And then, of course, they'll have the call of the game and all the action right there on 88.9 KETR. 88.9 on your radio dial. You can also ask your smart speaker to play KETR, and it'll do it, I'm pretty sure. If you got it connected to the internet, if you set the thing up right, you went through the steps and set it up and connected it to your Wi-Fi, pretty sure you just have to ask those things to play KETR, and they'll do it. They'll do it.
They'll do it.
Yep. You don't even have to put quarters in, nothing. You just tell it, play KETR, boom.
The marvel of modern technology.
Bingo, bango. Dunzo. That's how that works.
Anything else we'd like to go ahead and get out of the way?
I'm inviting folks to come and join us at homecoming on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce tomorrow. We'll have the little footballs to toss out. We'll have they're footballs. First of all, they're footballs. Second of all, they're kind of smallish. Kids can hold them. They can throw them. You can play with them.
Like a hacky sack?
Yeah, kind of like a hacky sack.
Yeah. But they're shaped like a football. And to seal the deal, they say 88.9 KETR. So,
yeah, if you were on the fence before.
I don't know if it gets any better. A miniature football with your favorite local news station's logo on it. I mean, come out, get it for free. Free of charge.
I can't think of a better reason to come out other than the fact that it'll be homecoming. I suspect there will be quite a few folks in the open air tomorrow here on the campus of Texas A&M University Commerce, and probably in the stadium, in the stands as well at Memorial Stadium. So maybe we'll see you, maybe we'll count you among those we see on the campus of A&M Commerce tomorrow for homecoming 2021. Again, Western New Mexico is the Lions' opponent for the homecoming football game tomorrow. And we've gone through all the finals, Ryan. I think that we have nearly been able to tie a bow on this puppy.
All right. Well, in that case, we'll take a break and then get you guys some music to get you home on this beautiful football Friday night. I want to go ahead and give one last check at the weather here. We have 58 degrees tonight, getting down to lows of around 46. Tomorrow, highs around 72, lows around 44. So lows in the low 50s and the mid 40s for the rest of the week, and the highest temperature on Wednesday of the week of 82 degrees. So certainly some pleasant fall weather coming your way in Northeast Texas. Got the close zoom on my face here as we end off the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program for the night. So for Jared Knight, for Kevin Jeffries, John Mark Dempsey, and the litany of other people that are involved in making this happen every week, I'm Ryan Fulkerson, and this has been the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. Stay tuned. We've got some music to get you home on a football Friday night.
The Thomas Jefferson Hour is dedicated to the search for truth and the tradition of Thomas Jefferson. Nationally acclaimed humanities scholar and award-winning first-person interpreter of Thomas Jefferson, Clay Jenkinson, portrays Jefferson on the program. He answers listener questions while in the persona of Jefferson. As listeners better understand Jefferson's time, they gain a better understanding of contemporary America. Listen to the Thomas Jefferson Hour, Sunday nights at 6 on KETR.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
I'm Chris Boyd, host of Think. Each weekday, we strive to put the headlines in perspective by focusing